It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
What's going on? Welcome to the NACE Star League. It's the full season. We are in the belly of the beast, as you see from that beautiful drone view above in the sky. And I am joined by Birdie. Birdie, how are you doing today, brother? You ready for two glorious best of threes of CSGO?
Dude, I'm ready for some lovely action tonight. I got two matches coming up, and two matches that I think we're very excited to be seeing, to be honest, because, I mean, as you mentioned, heading into week 4 of the regular season, we're getting into interesting territory.
We are definitely getting to interesting territory, and within the regular season, there is so much more to come. Obviously, you're going to have the playoffs, you've got the last chance qualifiers, but before we get too far ahead into the future, let's talk about the present of what we have coming exactly today. For our first matchup, it is going to be MTU, that is Michigan Technological University, taking on NEU, the Northeastern University. And so far, so good for MTU from what we've seen. When we get into the details of the schedule right here, right meow. 2-1 so far for MTU, and NEU chasing the glory down by two match. They down 2 best of 3s and already got 1 in the bag. What do you think is going to come for the future of today for this best of 3s? It's going to be starting out on Nuke. We've got Dust 2 to follow that, and if we get there, Overpass for the decider. What are you expecting to see out of this best of 3?
Honestly, I'm expecting two teams to just kind of head-to-head. We could take a look at the prize pool real quick. Scholarship prizing, first place $2,500, second place $1,250, and I believe third and fourth place shared that $625 prize. Definitely what the players are playing for, and they're looking forward to be trying to reach for. And I guess, talking back to what you're talking about, this map pool, it's interesting. I mean, Nuke, Dust 2, Overpass, it's interesting, right? And actually, just mention to our sponsor right there, quick too. Extra Life. Make sure you go to extralife.org. Changing kids' health to change the future. Make sure to go down to extralife.org to check out our sponsor, because NACE Star League couldn't be what it is without our sponsors. But yeah, NACE.
Couldn't be.
Nuke is one of those maps. Technically, it's a really tactical map. It's slow. It's methodical. You can't really just walk around and do whatever you want. Dust 2 is it's the opposite.
Yeah, Dust 2 kind of gives you the variety bucket of options. You can have any kind of place that works into it, but Nuke is probably the most strategic map out there when it comes to the version of CSGO that I know, which an older version, obviously you've got your maps like Ancient, you've got sort of Huskin getting thrown into the mix now as well, so some more strategy is to come for that 22 going 2023 season. But for right now, right in this best of 3 Nuke, it doesn't get any better than strategy when it comes to that. Very dynamic gameplay. You've got multiple levels in there as well. You've got multiple routes that you can go through. Just going back to what we saw for Extra Life, please do get involved with that. If you're a streamer, make some money and give back to those kids in need. For the players in need right now, the players that are going to need to have their best gaming mouse pads out, their best mouse up and charged, is MTU taking on NEU, and have a look at the players. You've done some really good research and homework on this as well here, Birdie. What should we expect from these players? Are there any players that are ones to watch in your eyes?
I mean, one to watch for is the kind of unexpected factor here. It's got to be Jimmy from Northeastern. He's coming in as a substitute tonight. Going to be replacing, I believe, let me go back and make sure real quick. I'll give myself some time to think about that. But having to replace one of your players on your roster, going up against a roster like MTU, I mean, that can be really hit or miss.
It can be, right? The X factor of being a sub in a regular season, you could pop off and maybe a team won't know your playstyle. They won't know where to expect you to make that push. or there might be that missing piece of the puzzle to the dynamic for NEU, which obviously we're hoping we're not going to see, because we want the most competitive game possible to get this Friday night, this Friday afternoon, evening, wherever you may reside, kicked off and started as well. Personally, for me, I really think MTU are going to be taking the cake here today. That is my personal bet. Who's your metaphoric money on, Birdie?
So my money is definitely to play devil's advocate on the Northeastern side. This is not a roster that coming to the season people knew a lot about, and they've played 3 matches so far, and I don't know, man. It's a dangerous roster for sure. I mean, listen, all the Northeastern players, they've got a couple seasons of Open, IM experience. I think 2 of the players, including Jimmy, we don't really have a lot of information on, but the one they got against Kennesaw State, it wasn't a bad one. That's not a roster you really want to mess around with.
10,000%. You've seen KSU from this season to last season, throughout the past year or two. They have been doing so much damage, leaving a mark, leaving a scar in the opponents they go against. So to take a game or a few games away from KSU, that's sick. And it's definitely something that's going to give you that morale boost, that kind of ego boost going forward into the rest of your season. And to be fair, there's still quite a bit of the season left to kind of get that forgiveness arc and that comeback arc to get back into the swing of things. Regular season going all the way through just until later October and October 22nd. So with that in mind, are they going to kind of do that reverse sweep and take our MTU, take him to the cleaners? It's going to start on Nuke as we go to the map overview. And as we mentioned, Nuke, Dust 2, and Overpass if we get to the 3rd. And MTU taking Nuke, NEU, Dust, and of course NEU taking Overpass as well. So I actually like that pick for Overpass for the last map, and the reason I say that is, talking to strategy, we have got 2 really high level strategy maps, Nuke and Overpass, sandwiching Dust in the middle. And you talked of Dust being a bit more of a forgiving map, and you can sort of do the things you'd like, and you can run it down mid, you can make those more direct plays. I like Dust being there, and as much as people hate Dust, I am a big fan of the Dust 2. Are you a Dusty fan? Do you like your Dust 2, Buddy?
I have my problems with Dust 2. I feel like it's a map that a couple of years ago, right, when utility wasn't as big of a determining factor in the game as it is now, I feel like it made more sense to pick a map like Dust 2. But right now, the game has changed, you know what I mean? Since kind of the Astralis era that happened all those years ago, if you don't have good utility usage, you can't play good games of Counter-Strike. And Dust 2, I guess, is one of those examples of maps where utility isn't that much of a factor. You can just kind of swing angles, win gunfights, and come out on top at the end of the map. But what's interesting for me is the fact that Northeastern are the ones to pick that map when I would say they're actually up against opposition that would probably be aiming better than them on it.
Oh yeah, no, this is going to be such a tough best of 3 for Northeastern. That's not to take away from their skill or anything that has got them here to be determined in the upper division as well. Yeah, you've got to take that into account. You come against an experienced roster, you're starting things off on Nuke, you better have your dancing shoes on. And talking of utility being prime in the meta of CSGO right now, I think you need to underline that when you look at a map like Nuke. If you don't have util, you don't have that execute for outside where you've got the garage smoke, you've got the big red smoke, you're going to be up the creek without a paddle and maybe without a life vest as well. It's going to start to get really messy, and here's hoping they can swim. Looking over Nuke, looking over the statistics as we just went over the overview of it itself, it is 55.2% CT sided when it comes to the drop of how stats have fallen over the past little bit as well. So if you start on that T side, you're really going to be kind of that uphill, vertical limit, elliptical style kind of vibe. And here we go for the overview from your CT side over at Heaven. I watched EG play against Carry Esports just a couple of days ago. So who's going to be Carry? Who's going to be EG? I'm going to leave that for you to decide at home. I'm not going to plant any other seeds in there, but Nuke, it's a spicy map.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as you mentioned, it does lean towards CT sided. But in recent history, you've seen a kind of group of teams that have become really comfortable on their T sides. We've seen definitely a sort of meta form into how you take outside control in a manner that is considered to be safe. But then on CT sides, we kind of see a group of players that have decided to rebel against that. We see people lurking through the smokes and asking for utility outside to run through them. And multi kills is really what's kind of the determining factor outside. If the CT side can find those first few kills and having wasted the T side utility as well, usually that ends up being the CT side to come out on top. And on the flip side, if you'll see the T side getting entries, it can be really hard for the CT side to come back into the match.
It can be. It can get away from you so quickly. And you bring up a very good point, momentum. Momentum can be absolutely sensational for a map like Nuke. You don't have to be the better team to get that momentum. You've just got to hold on to it for dear life and do not let go like you hold on to a sports car that someone said is yours. I wouldn't know what that's about because I'm still driving the commuter wagon. We're still waiting for that sports car. But out of these two teams, I think MTU, they're probably going to start with the keys of that Porsche, of that Ferrari, and it's going to be a race for NEU to try and get those keys away from them as soon as possible and steer this map, this entire best of 3, in the right direction. I say that with even more emphasis being a pick of MTUs when we start things off over on Nukes. The hard hats are there. Hopefully NEU have got those hard hats put on. All the PPE is sorted. And we'll get that game ready to go to take the GG. Who's going to take this one home?
It's definitely up for grabs, I would say, because, and the real talking point for that is that, I mean, this being the pick of MTU, Northeastern will have their choice of side, and they'll have picked a CT side. And so, coming into this, they'll have that first chance of momentum to be able to grab whatever they can. And we've seen situations where 12-3 half times on Nuke just make it impossible to come back on. You only need to lose 1 or 2 gun rounds to make it so that, like, you can't even get started, you can't even get going on your CT side before you're out of a map.
Yeah, it's... Being such a CT-sided map, as a T, you've really got to take that pistol. I think that's pivotal when you come to Nuke. Sure,
Yeah.
You can have like the eco of gods and come back and do something crazy. You do see that happen on every single kind of map, but you need to start early just so you can keep that wind in your sails, keep the gas in the tank from just bellying out, and the red light of we need some gas coming up on that first half. I've seen it happen so often from any level of CSGO where if you have that poor start as a T, it just bleeds out the entire team and you get to half time, you just got nothing left for that second half. And thanks for bearing with us as we just do the fly through of the map, and you probably see it come up on the bottom of your screen. Let me enlighten you. Dunkin' Donuts is a NEC Star League runs on Dunkin'. Click on the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you. If that's something that's up your alley, you're feeling snacky on your Friday, we'll make sure you're clicking on that banner as well. Mentioned Extra Life. If you don't know what Extra Life is, let me tell you about how you can give someone an extra life. I'll tell you about that just after this short little break. Do not go anywhere. We'll come back with Nuke for this first best of 3 here for NACE Star League. I see you, you see me, and welcome back all of thee to the NACE Star League. It's the full season, and hopefully we're back in business now. A couple of technical errors, but it wouldn't be esports without a couple of hiccups to just get us nice and calm, get the edge started things for the gamers as well, and we're getting back to business here. First best of 3, just a little recap for you. It is going to be Nuke, Dust 2, and Overpass if we do make it all the way through. You're joined by myself, Frag, and by a familiar face that I'm sure you've seen many a time before. It is Birdie. We were just talking about Nuke and of what to expect here from both of these teams. And quite frankly, MTU, a little bit of an advantage so far. 2-1 in the season, the regular season so far. And when you look over the fence there, 1 game 1 and 2 are going to be lost for the side of NEU. So just a recap on the predictions. Are you still sticking behind your prediction, or who do you think is going to be taking this one, Birdie?
Yeah, honestly, I can definitely see it for both teams. I think I reconsidered. I'm definitely leaning more towards MTU at the end of the day. It's mostly because you have to look at the caliber of players in their team and just realize that a map like Nuke is not one you can just kind of get away with. If this is the pick of MTU, you have to imagine they're coming in with some sort of a plan, they've got some sort of confidence, and if they can come up through with their first map win, I mean, at that point you toss the dice and you might be able to pull through with the next 2, and who knows.
The safest plant in the world. Would you
course.
believe that? This is not going to be anything but safe. This is going to be hella dangerous for this first one. I love that. I've not actually seen that. It's a nice little detail from Valve. Thanks for,
everywhere you see Cedar Creek, by the way, you'll see that exact sign. It's plastered all over the map.
I've seen the sign before, but I haven't seen the small print. Maybe it's because I've got my eyes checked and I'm seeing things in 2020 now. That's a conversation for another day, though. Enough of what we're seeing. Are the players going to be seeing 2020 vision clear as crystal day? We'll soon find out. Getting things started. A couple of blades being sharpened, and we'll be getting into the action to the goodness very, very shortly for this best of 3. Something extra special as well, having Nuke for a best of 3 to start things up. It really gets the competitive grade of these players, I think, the best position, the best place it can be. When you start on a map like Dust 2, you can really sort of run it down and lose focus of that strategy of everything you need here in the world of CS. We're going to get things going. The time is ticking down. Let's get this Friday night kicked off for the NACE Star League.
Absolutely, heading into this pistol round. We do only see a kit and a smoke for Valens on that NEU side, but the Huskies, they've got a Molotov and a nade to back themselves up with, and it looks like they're heading over towards ramp early on. The question is how much are they going to have to back them up here, because Child's found himself coming out strong, going for this early entry, and no kill early. Oh, Rio with that first entry, though.
One down. CT advantage. Ooh! USPs all over the place! And bloods all over the place as well. It's going to be a MTU. Bleeding out NEU, just taking this round by storm, and this could not get any better for their pistol round. I talked of getting that pistol start, and if you don't get it as a T, that victory could start to slip away so quickly.
And talking about the man on your screen for just a moment, Retna is the player on this Huskies roster that has absolutely just been dominating. This team in ESEA Advanced he's just lighting up the scoreboard. I believe he had something like 97 ADR for the regular season, so definitely someone to look out for. And I would say with a minute left on the clock, not necessarily out of this round.
No, not at all. 48 HP. Try to chase this victory. The P2K, P2000 sending back in to the early 2000s. And that is a nice crisp round for the CTs for NEU. We talked to them, perhaps, statistically speaking, look at the scoreboards of what we've seen so far in the regular season. They are 2 games down, and they've actually only won the 1. So this is the best start possible. MTU, lots of hard work for them to do here. And as you'll see, not even buying anything but 1 deagle here. That's it.
Yeah, 1 deagle and P250 as well. I mean, Huskies are just going to try to get this round over because the gun rounds can be very effective with the Glock somehow coming out on top. 2 kills and a rifle recovered for Retna. I mean, listen, if the goal was kind of damage control here for the Huskies, they've done it already, but now they're in for a shot at the round.
M4A1S looking to do anything. Caress those enemy plays. It's going to harass them. The Deagle's going to harass them as well. This round is crumbling. 2 MP9s. That's anything but sublime. That's not a good time. An A1S and XM10 in the hands of MTU then. This would be such an upset, Birdie, if they were to take this. Like, this would be diabolical.
but they're going to stick together, and that's going to be the kind of bonus that they have here, because that means they'll be a lot more tradable. The MTU players, that's kind of what they've been bringing themselves into the round with, and Northeastern, I mean, both their players have split up, so while they'll be able to cover more ground, if this trade does end up coming through, this 1v2 could be difficult.
I am so nervous. For EU, the MP9 gonna get a little flank frag. Flame damage done as well. It's doable in the sense of the damage. Look at the HP, so low here for MTU. Even a bomb plant would be good to get the buy going through for that next round. Pivotal. The Eddie, you picked this one up.
But he's down to low HP. Retina's just one hit away from death. The grenade catches him off guard, but Andre's in the back of the bomb site with an auto shotgun, and he's connected onto the head of Akai, but the MP9 quick on the trade. A dodged bullet for the Northeastern side. MTU, they'll be happy with that, but just so
M4?
close to their round win.
Oh, that's not an M4, that's an XM10. They're just trying
The
to
M4
find
was
the
in heaven.
M4. That A1S, yeah, wasn't even available. It was stuck over at the top of ladder, so there goes their investment. There goes all of their money, bar an XM10, to salvage and pull through. Full buy is going to be here, but I've got bad news for NEU. The full buy's coming through for MTU as well. Somehow salvage that. With his head. That player you were speaking of, having a banging season so far and having a banging round as we get things going. 2 players gone already.
Those openings for the T-side too, not what you want on your CT, and as a result, we're going to see the Northeastern side aggress into lobby to try to find a way back into the round, but it only does more to feed the entries for the Huskies, and it's just Ace of Losers left alone. He's positioned himself towards ramp, and he's got an M4 in hand, but honestly, the goal here might just be to stay alive, because this third round is going the way of the Huskies.
Name. Is he going to get an ace in game as well? Bigger questions to be asked. That damage of the initial fight, probably not going what he's looking for. Nothing. Not one frag. A flawless round. No player to fall to the ground. And good conversion there from MTU. Got the bomb down just a round or two ago. Off the back of a pistol round that did not go their way, and they're back into the game. That's what I talked of. If you're able to get a couple of early rounds as a team, you can cause the upset. And as you'll see on your screen right now, 2 P250s, a Deagle. That's all that any you have to speak of right now. The funds, the bank account, looking pretty low.
ZK, Lord of Pies, is looking to grab some kills, look to line himself up for a third, but instead, Rhea will find the Deagle shot for the trade, but split towards lobby. Not going to find any more impact. It will be the Huskies to even up the scoreline 2-2, and the rifle's coming up strong. I mean, look at the economy for this T side right now. I mean, listen, despite the fact that Northeastern might decide to invest back into this, honestly, it seems like it's going to be somewhat of a quasi-buy here, but this is dangerous, not just because, like, Northeastern are really far away from a really good gun round, but even once the gun rounds start to come through, they're going to need consecutive wins in dominant fashion to prevent the Huskies from just forcing back constantly.
100%. They really will. Concerning. Dangerous territory. Almost walking through a minefield here for NEU. AKs. Making it rain. Maybe a money machine. Just throw the cash everywhere. Walking through the smoke and just being burnt to a crisp. Taken out. It's going to be all of NEU here.
Balance.
Left.
Listen, this scout it's a dangerous weapon, and it's found itself a kill, but he was being hunted that entire time. The objective in a stage like this is, I mean, it was to try to get kills because they did have the half buy going on, but it hasn't really left them with enough money to buy an op into this round, at least not without some sort of glass cannon. And so this is dangerous. Northeastern, they're going to have to gamble on the investment here, but they're not going to be able to fight these rifles at long range with the advantage.
No, this is going to be so difficult for them. Yeah, the A4, the A1S have that distance to an extent, but not of the big green cannon, of the big Bertha weapon that packs a punch any range, close or far. Just look at the patience here from Retina as well. Smokes off the mini. Taking their sweet time, and I think that's going to be a deciding factor which separates these two teams. It's just the timing, the pacing here for MTU. They feel so in control.
I do, but we're in the early stages of this game. The only impact this is going to have is give the Huskies a little bit more breathing room to work with. If Northeastern do recover some sort of momentum, and in this round, we're seeing the Huskies, they're lacking the entries that they had earlier on, and so as the A execute starts to come through, the CT side will find kill traded. Moneyman hasn't been found out, and Deddy does. Lordify is down, a 4v3 retake situation as Chowds makes it even more so in their favor, and Northeastern, they're locked out of the bomb site. Valence is going to come up the vents, though, to try to find a way back into this.
It's going to be the 3 versus 2. Make that the 3 versus 1. Ace of lasers. He's going to have a decent position here. Getting up onto the rafters. Onto the catwalk and up to heaven. Is he going to be rising to heaven? Or is he going to be sinking down to hell? Looks like good to go down to hell in his own accord and going for the save. I don't think it's a bad idea, but you've got to be aware there's a player just on your tail, and watch your 6. And the Huskies are coming through, take a chomp out their backside, and that's back to basics, back to the drawing board for NEU.
You have to remember the context matters. Northeastern, they won the pistol round and the follow-up, so this is scary because Northeastern have yet to find the win off the back of rifles, and that's a scary situation for sure.
Reminder, PSA, this is an MTU map pick. They chose this, and I'd say with good reason. They've got so many good strats so far. A sick one-tap outside as well from Amber. Love that. Absolutely love that.
He spotted out one more too. So, information for the T side, but Huskies, they did lose that player. They did lose Retina, which is a unfortunate consequence, but listen, the pistols in this situation, they're heading into a bomb site where this is close range. But that's not a close range fight. Ray is not going to be ready for it, and so now up to a 4v3 Northeastern. They're going to be caught between angles. They can't fight.
So much respect being issued here from MTU to NEU. They know they're on a save. They know they're on this eco, but just taking it nice and slow, as I mentioned. Cutting the cake, cutting the pizza, slicing it nice and slowly. Not taking too many risks and removing players. Risk assessment, frag by frag, player by player, to hit the gravestone, to hit the graveyard. And Moneyman, be really lucky, fortunate to walk away with 1 frag hit. Bit of a consolation prize. None to be given. No prizes for the losers in this map.
So I'll bring up a point here, and it needs to start with the fact that Northeastern need a pause. Not necessarily because they're out of this game, and I think they might have a good plan of what they want to do coming into this, but I think there needs to be a mental pause of like, listen, like, we're 7 rounds into this game, yeah, sure, we've lost like the previous gun rounds, but our economy's been kind of tortured by it, but this is the chance to get back into this. I think they need that level of confidence coming back into this, and that's the confidence you need off an early entry. Valence with AWP. The question is, though, he's got an extra player pushed outside. How much more control do they grab? Because the Huskies, they're going to be looking for a way back into this off of that.
They've got the big green cannon as well. Retina revived and back alive in this round. Revitalized perhaps as well. And for NEU, my one problem, it's great to see that entry, great to see the confidence to peek out there and take out the player on yellow. Are they going to be able to do that round after round after round? Is that op going to be the crutch to suffice the comeback hit?
They'll need to, because any more rounds would be a disaster for the season.
Yeah, it completely, mate. I think you consider it myself. There goes the up. Talking of the up. See you later, alligator and a wild crocodile. 4 versus 3. Into B they go. And control room, just like the way they're asserting control and dominance on this map right now. Retina takes out a player with the up 2. It's all falling apart here for NEU.
I think these first few rounds really are telling the story of how confident MTU feels heading into their map pick here. Their pathing seems to be confident. They know exactly what gunfights they're taking. They seem to be finding all those early entries, and when they don't, the trades are usually not too far behind. We've seen Northeastern, like this. Listen, this was one of their gun rounds where they were supposed to turn the tide. But once again, they're forced to save, and Cuppa, I'm starting to get concerned because 6th round on the T side of Nuke. I mean, listen, it's possible to come back from that, but we're at the kind of halfway point of this half.
And not just at the halfway point. I think you're at a higher level of CSGO. You're at a level of CSGO where there's scholarships on the line. There's opportunities for your regular career, for your esports career on the line. So there's so much pressure riding on this for both these teams. And for those at home, don't forget that. Do not forget that that is something that's riding on the conscience and the minds of these players. They want that money, and they're feeling the burn of that right now. MTU, just to recap, are 2-1 up so far in the regulation season. And I think you're seeing a bit of a tone as to why. Not to take anything away from NEU. This push might be a little bit too overzealous and, well, spilt blood already. The first blood coming through over at Secret. It's not a secret. The secret's out.
And that's great awareness from more. I'm not sure if you heard the footsteps of Moneyman starting to walk up on his position, but he'll find that entry right now. Elsewhere with the AWP will find more impact. And once again, a gun round for Northeastern, where they're down 2 players at the start of the round. There's still a minute left for the Huskies to work with, and they've walked out on A.
Oh, that looks good though. That makes things go from black and white to a bit of a color page of a book. The color being brought to life here from NEU, but is that life going to be short-lived?
This is a retake that they need to go for it. Northeastern, they're down too many rounds. The loss bonus is there. They might have to justify a gun round into the next regardless, but a 2v3 is a situation that's possible to win. And so, flashbang up through the vent. Ace trying to take a gunfight. It's going to lose out to Retina once again. And as the smoke starts to fade for Rhea, he needs to win this 1v3. But Retina's once again hot on the trade. The scoped weapon fires off to bring the Huskies their 7th round. This is dominance on their T side.
Uno, dos, tres. The triple frag. The 3K coming through for Retina. Give him an op. Give him an AK. Give him any gun here today. I don't think he's going to miss. Not going to miss at all. I agree with you, man. We need to see a timeout. We need to see a timeout, buddy, here from NEU.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen.
Best of 3 gets away from them. It's looking more than scary right now. This is dire straits. This is not how you need your CT side to go. You need a couple of rounds early. Otherwise, the econ, even with loss bonus, you can get an op maybe every couple of rounds, possibly. But even that's looking bleak at this point. The MP9, the spray and pray tries to get one done. The Deeg gets the job done for one, but that's one frag. An AK is going to be retrieved, though.
But off the back of it, the C side will start to regroup over towards ramp. They've got all 4 of these players, and Ace of Losers will have rotated back through with this AK. The question is, can he find this first kill? Taking fire, he'll decide to fall back instead to try to prevent this push. He's got a lineup, but he doesn't have the kill. Chowd's taking him out, and that's the recovered rifle gone for the CT side. 3 left to try to combat this flank.
This is where I think the deciding factor that separates the 2 teams is just the patience. Patience is a virtue.
Just the awareness, too.
Yeah, patience, awareness, like not being reckless at all with their pushes. Everything has a trade in mind. And Charles, going ham, picks up 1. He picks up another. The P250
they're low HP.
coming in for another frag. Oh no, it's all falling apart.
Oh, the fact that that was potentially around for Northeastern is absolutely ridiculous. The P250 just almost coming alive in those last few moments will leave MTU with just 1 man left standing, but they're not too worried. They've been at max money for a long time now, and heading into this next gun round, it's round number 11. The Huskies lead by 6.
It wasn't a P250, frankly, but I tell you what, that was cash money. The P250 plays that we just saw out of NEU. We need to see some more of that. It will come down to the positioning, Birdie. Great positioning equals the reward of great frags to come through. A little bit of a confidence boost for NEU. They're not done yet.
Yeah, you've got Rhea going aggressive. This is a good position, but the question is, I think the Huskies will be somewhat aware of this. The utility set him up. The flashbang will definitely reveal it in contact being made. On either side will lose a player at the tail end of it, but that might just temper the Huskies for a little bit. That might force them to work elsewhere, and they will. Over towards ramp. It's Ace of Losers with an off angle, but if the Pies goes down here, Retina's going to be quick. Oh, he's not! The trade! Op goes down as well. It's Ace of Losers to find the 2K. And finally, Northeastern with the advantage heading into a round, and they've got the map control to deal with it. But out towards A, Childs finds the response, and they might just bring a way back into the round because the A bomb side is open.
Whack-a-mole player just taken out over on Hut. Number advantage still going to be sitting in the hands of NEU. But is it going to slip through their fingers like butterfingers? No, it's not. Look how they're going to hold on to this one. 4 versus 1. Oh, more gets one.
Sets himself up for the second too, but Valens, he's quick on the scoped weapon, the big green, to deliver that last kill. Finally, Northeastern delivered themselves a round off the back of those rifles invested. And Ray is 12 and 10 right now, and it has to be said, just about the only player on the Northeastern side that's really trying to push themselves over the line, because MTU, I mean, the fragging potential for them is it's high.
It's high, it's diverse. 3 players of double figures versus the 1 of double figures over on the side of NEU. And it's not all about frags. It's not all about frags, it's about the team players. Wow, what a smoke. Valens just getting bamboozled. Player just getting free access granted to Secret.
It's going to force the rotation down towards B from Ace of Losers. It's going to draw another player over towards Ramp. This is players that you're going to be drawing away from the state bomb site. So if the Huskies start to make shift their attention back over, I mean, that could be a diminished hit. But Valens, an excellent flashbang to cost him his life. And down towards B, there's already rotations here. There were rotations here. Ace of Losers already positioned in the back of the bomb site. But he needs to stay alive as the rotations start to come through a 4v4 situation, and Northeastern, a good chance for a round. But the kills coming through on the bomb side, a guy with the trade. The bomb looking to be planted.
3-on-3. Damage inflicted severely to NEU.
That's an angle.
Not ideal. Pixlangle coming through here from Ria.
What? Could they not see themselves?
Just trying to peel the corners of the envelope here. Not sure if there's going to be money in the envelope or a nasty surprise. It's a nasty surprise. Player before his eyes takes out with the swing of the AK. Bring it down to 1. It's all down to Ria, and that is not going to be enough. That late swing over at Squeaky going to be taken out and taken to the cleaners they will be. MTU back in business, back in the power position. 9-3. What a strong lead for a T-side start on Nuke. Need to say no more.
And part of me wants to say, too, that Northeastern just need to go a little bit more aggressive and find these early kills, but we saw them do that on several occasions. We saw them try to crunch the lobby and just lose entries. I think this roster, they'd be a lot more comfortable just kind of waiting out the initial hit from the Huskies and then re-aggressing somewhere, finding more information, finding more kills, and Ace, he's trying to do that now, but he's been killed, and elsewhere, another kill onto the CT side as well. Once again, we're what, 10 seconds, 20 seconds into the round, the Huskies are up a kill.
They're so fast. Like, just watching this, I'm scared watching them. Like, they are right on through. They've got their running shoes on. They're ready to party. They're ready to dance and a flick of the wrist. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Retina. Eyes so crystal clear. Precision is key. And Money Man, what is precisely going to be his action here to try and make this round work? I think they're going to save. I think they're going to have to.
At this point, listen, the scoreline, they've already got the loss bonus. They're going to be buying into almost every single round they can get because you just can't afford to keep losing rounds. We maybe not force buy into every round, but you're going to see a level of investment every round. Maybe the scout, something along those lines, but this is awful. This is worst case scenario if you're Northeastern. I mean, worst case scenario in the sense that this is a map that's going the wrong direction, but you have to remember, this is MTU's map pick. This isn't necessarily unexpected.
No, this is unexpected, but it's gonna hurt nonetheless. It is definitely gonna hurt. It's like walking through stinging nettles with flip-flops on. Not gonna feel good. Oh, you're gonna feel that one tomorrow, and that's gonna be the case. They're gonna feel this going into map number 2, unless something can change here. You start CT side, even if it's not your map pick, you're hoping to pick up a couple more. Retina still doing those nasty things with the op.
It's going to go untraded. Northeastern will be unable to do it. That's one of the things you can kind of treasure Nuke forward, is the ability to find those opening duels to just be able to get away with them. But hey, he's spotted AWP over towards Radio. It's little does he know. Maybe he does now. He's got plenty of players chasing him. So he tries to reposition. Round kind of falls onto him. If he doesn't find a couple kills here, multi-kill, it could be the B-bomb side opened up, and indeed, it will be. And Northeastern, listen, the rotations, they're far away. They might have to save once again, but it's not an option.
Tech9, Rec9 doing work. Money Man looking to find some kind of cash value. Just like in the back passage by Squeaky on back vent. All down to Money Man on his lonesome. Tries to go for the swing. It's going to pick up 1. Down to 20 HP though. 3 players left. I don't think 20 HP is going to suffice.
Oh. The recovered AK will be something to take into this next round, but it will be the last round of this half. I mean, MTU, they found that 10-round marker just in that last round, and so they're more than happy with anything they got. And I guarantee you at this point, I've been in the mindset of these players. I've played collegiate Counter-Strike in situations where my team's just fragging out. I guarantee the Huskies at this point, they're messing around. They're feeling confident. They're going for gunfights just because they can, not necessarily because it's the right decision.
You look at the money. Look at the income.
Dude.
Buying a bunch of AKs. Wouldn't even be surprised if we saw the Gat coming. See maybe an auto just to add insult to injury. But
I don't think
still
we're
the
there yet.
respect is there. No auto.
I don't think we're there yet for sure. I mean, listen, we are still in the first map. I think if we get into Dust 2 and we see this level of dominance, we could see something different. But almost an opening duel there. Yeah, taking some points of damage, but not scared away from this.
Come on, that's criminal. So much damage inflicted. Not even seeing the enemy player. Down to 25 HP for Rhea. The wallbang through huts. The molly coming through too. Utility combined with the spam. Oh, gonna see a little fraggage coming in from Valens though. First blood, and the first blood we've seen in a little minute. Down to the 4-on-4 though. Retaliation station coming through from Retina.
Once again, it's that ramp kill to cost Northeastern control, and it'll open the door towards this B bomb site once again. But the question is, will the Huskies be wanting to go down there? They've pulled their rotations through, and Northeastern will have done so as well. But entry will go the way of the T side. Ray was knocked down to low HP at the start of the round. Headshot not required. It was Lord of Pies goes for more. Valens finds better with the bomb planted. No smokes to deny that kill. Valens doubles up with the bomb not yet planted. 202. This is possible.
This is so doable. 34 seconds on the clock. This is almost what you want to say a must win here for NEU. Are they rotating? I think they are. They're going back up to A. They don't want to take any risk unnecessarily going through to B. They know that's why they've had quite a hold, quite a grip.
And this is the heads-up play too. These are the teams. These are the kind of plays you see being made by teams that understand the flow of the map, the rotations, and you can see Northeastern maybe not so much. It's cost them. They're locked out of the bomb site in a situation where, okay, you've got a player coming up from mini, but separated. You've lost track of this T side. You're going to walk straight into the crosshair of Childs, who's got information on one. Contact with the second, but Moneyman wins it out the swing through from Rena. I think information for both players now. A grenade to maybe connect, but that's not going to be a kill.
Oh.
The defuse is going to have to come through the kill. It's going to be important here.
Timing is everything. Absolutely everything.
He's out of time.
Tech9, the op fake. Oh, the reverse simple flash. Just get the op right in there. And that's going to finish it for the half. That's 12-3. What a T side from MTU. After losing those first 2 rounds as well, it could have all gone wrong. But it didn't. It did not at all. Everything went right.
And the scoreline just shows you, I mean, almost a completely dominant half on the T side of Nuke. The Huskies could not be much happier heading into the CT side pistol. And so, I mean, listen, there are 2 sides to every half of Counter-Strike, right? If for some reason Northeastern are just absolute menaces on this T side, we could see some form of comeback. We talked about the 12-3 scoreline and how difficult it can be for your CT side. It may be more so for the T side. They need this round. In contact over towards ramp, Lord of Pie is not going to find any early kills. This might open the door towards B.
A little bit of damage inflicted though. Just a little bit of a tickle on a couple of players.
Oh.
Checking that. Coldness is going to be detrimental. Very close to Moneyman with the 180 before getting traded out. And seeing something very different from this CT side here from MTU. The trades for days, trades everywhere.
Oh, the T side's come on top of 2 of them. Rhea to deliver another. Lord of Pies on 13 HP. Only 1 more bullet needed to close this round. With a minute left of the clock for the bomb to be planted. Headshots required. The USP. Such a dangerous situation with the bombs. It's flying. It's heading up towards A, and Lord of Pies, he's got the worst end of this rotation.
Taking a strat out the strat book on the chase, like cops and robbers. Lords of Pies trying to do something about this. Gets taken out at that close quarters angle, and a good recovery coming in from NEU.
Couldn't have asked for much better, to be honest. I mean, obviously, you could expect a flawless piss round if you wanted better, but they'll be more than happy with that to start the at least the conversation for getting back into this. We're not quite there of expectations. I think the both of us are still kind of looking towards the Huskies to pull through at the end of this map, but If you're talking about things that need to happen, that was one of the things that need to happen for Northeastern.
It was. You want to say that's mandatory in their game plan, in the script, to get something going. Force coming through from the Huskies too. Not surprising. You're up so largely. Why not, right? Why not? Be that wildcard team. Be that wildcard player. Do something spicy. Get the frag reel. And talking about a frag reel, that's a deal you want to take with a dig. Yes, please and thanks. The bounty taken. First blood, followed up by a scout kill too. Rattle.
This is Northeastern. I mean, listen, what they did there was, I'm not sure if they were expecting the Huskies to force back into this, or if they were, they didn't necessarily do the greatest job of reacting. They walked outside, and they walked straight into the crossfire of that Deagle and the scout in the hands of Retina, and without the right utility to block off those gunfights, they just couldn't retain any control. They've lost themselves two players, and they're forcing themselves to walk out towards A, but they've got two players ready and waiting, a third close by in the rotation.
Goes the clock. The Fred's coming through. The Galil, the AK to follow suit. A dig. ×1 and ×2. Give me those digs, please.
On the flank. Guy's going to try to make the case. 20 seconds left. He's recovered the bomb, but does he get information on either of these players? Going for the swing. The door is closed, and so potentially wait to go for the safe plant, but Moore's ready for the swing, and out towards the door. Child's ready to close out the round. The Huskies find themselves at 13th. They shut down Northeastern on that third round, and the second round of the half, heading into the third. This is a dangerous situation. Northeastern, they didn't get the bomb plant. The Huskies, they've recovered some of the weapons of that T side and investing more off the back of it. We could see the game closed out right here.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the Huskies coming through, leaving a giant bloodstain on the jerseys of NEU Gold. That's... As though this game wasn't tough enough, that kind of round is going to leave such a kick to the stomach kind of feel. Winded, gassed. And I might want to say all out of gas for this round. Saying that, though, two players are going to manage to get themselves a secret. Ace of Losers try to back out for some reason, and the backtrack is going to leave him feeling like someone just threw down a diss track. 14-4. The score just lengthening further and further away from their grasp. Match points ever so close, and the Huskies just cruising down the river.
And the fact that we haven't seen a pause yet from this T side, honestly, it's leaning me towards that kind of thought process of, listen, we ended that first half in a situation that's almost unrecoverable. We're now down 10 rounds. The Huskies are looking to grab themselves a map point, force back up, try to find your way back into this, but the pause isn't necessarily worth it. You might just want to move on into that next map, because the Huskies, they've got themselves a flawless round off the back of that investment.
I was going to say right now, the FAMAS being put to use there. I had a conversation with a friend recently. I'm going to call you out Spitfire. We talked to the FAMAS being perhaps not the best weapon, but showing some good use at some high-tier gameplay there. Spray down, the spray control being harnessed. What do you think of the FAMAS? Are you a FAMAS fan, Birdie?
I find it actually to be really good at finding... It's one of the guns of all time, yeah. It's really good at finding multi-kills. Just kind of spraying people down to the bomb site, but it's a spray that's really difficult to control. So I would say it has a similar use case to the MP9, funnily enough.
You know what? That's actually what it was compared to. The A1S. Just leaving a couple of players under duress and just scared for their lives. Two players left, make it just one. The budget SMG, the MAC-10 is all we have here to see from Money Man. Bit of a quiet game, gonna do some trigger discipline to try and extend this game, but no extension will be possible. Final score, taking that one out. I do believe it was 16-4 over and out, and that's a banger start coming out of the neck of the woods. The first portion, that's a kick down of the door for NEU. I'm sure they're looking forward to Dust too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, listen, that is, from what I can tell, the second most dominant map from Michigan Tech over the course of the season so far. The only one that was better for them was against AU Esports. They had a 16-1 victory against them in the second map, and it has to be said, this was, I would say, it's a lot more dominant than the scoreline suggested.
Yeah, it was so dominant. A bulldozer coming through from MTU in this first game of the best of 3. Dust 2 just around the corner here for the NACE Star League. We'll catch you in just a second. Yeah. Without further ado, we're coming right back to you with the second of this best of 3. If you missed it, Nuke being absolutely bulldozed through. That's coming from Michigan Technological University, doing a very good job displaying why they had Nuke as their first pick. And starting on T-side, even though it's the CT-sided map, what an impressive display of strategy, finesse, gunplay. They checked all the boxes, didn't they, Birdie?
They did, and honestly, they made quick work with the map, so quick that we have to start talking about this next map. It's Dust 2, and Dust 2 is a map that, listen, we were talking about it off camera, but with the gun skill we just saw from the MCU side, I don't think it matters that this is going to be the map pick of Northeastern. I think if we see the same players showing up in the same manner that we did in the last map, I think this is going to be a map. I think it's going to be 2-0 for MTU.
You know what? I think you might be right, and exactly what the doctor ordered is a start like that from MTU. Just dominated, and you said they're going to run it down. They took your advice very literally. Everyone ran down straight down mid.
Yeah, and it's just Ace of Losers all alone. He's being chased by a more. That's going to be information from the CT side. He's got a Glock, and he's managed to recover one of those kills, but he's got 3 more to find, and he's locked control of the bomb. The counter-terrorists have possession of it. And it's a hard ask, to say the least.
I've got a gut knife. I see that Ace of Losers has a gut knife and a kick in the gut. A piss around like that where this everyone just runs down mid, runs through double door. You see an explosion, a volcanic eruption of players, and looking like the round is all but over. Yes, indeed, the USP, pew pew, head shut, and the Huskies, they're not wasting any time at all. Pissed around is theirs.
You know what that is? That's a statement of confidence. It's, listen, we're heading into your map pick. We're on the CT side, which is not necessarily the favorite side, right? It's kind of hit or miss depending on how much you like playing Dust 2. But yeah, let's just run up mid and we'll win the round before you even have a chance to kind of get settled. It's a nice way to come into it, but Northeastern, they're going to want to try to come back into it. A Molotov towards top mid. Retina's finding aggressive angles, but he's been actually traded.
A Glock to the face. Big disgrace. Oh, we are. It's an MP9. Only weapon of the team right now. Talk to the fan attitude, especially early gameplay, early gun play. Really devastating. The A1S of Lord of Pies. Blowing a player's head off. And brings it down to the 4-on-3. Yes, one kid's coming through in T-spawn as well, wasting no time. Down to 1 player again with an MP9, that's it.
Kills with the MP9 are going to be much appreciated too. There's lots of money being injected into the veins of this CT side and pushing out towards long. I mean, Andre's got that kill every day of the week. And so, listen, the Huskies, they'll start off this map in the same way that Northeastern did. The question is, will they be able to pull off what was essentially a flawless half off the back? That's really what's going to have to be determined here, because I mean, let's play devil's advocate, right? Northeastern, they've got the 5 rifles coming into this. They've got the utility. They've got armor on everybody. Huskies, this is their bonus round. They've got the FAMAS and the MP9, and not necessarily that same utility to back it up. But this gunfight towards long, it is a massive determining factor, and the Huskies, they've come out on top.
I've got my hand over my mouth. That is not what they needed. That's not what they needed at all. You saw the idea, the theory craft from NEU. Okay, we're going to take long. We're going to send them packing. We're going to get that E control. We're going to get the bomb down, but no such treat allowed. The bomb is still in hand, though. The rotation coming through. Looking for that potential reset. But bad news bears, they do have some util, but they're a bit light on the util here. 2 smokes, do have a couple of flashes, a couple of Molotovs as well. But they've got so much grounds they need to gain.
They're going to have to mid to beat this. They don't have the control over towards the long to go for anything else. If they walk up towards Cat, would be a death trap. They have no information. So towards mid. Retina, he's positioned like a turret. He's found himself one. The switch to the USB. Finds another headshot, but Ace of Losers will not be able to make anything off the back of that. It will be that 3rd round, and it has to be said, Kappa, that's all off the back of failing to find that first entry up towards long. And hear me out, this is Dust 2. This is, in my opinion, one of the only maps in the game where the spawns you get and how quickly you can capitalize off of the back of them is really a determining factor in the rounds.
It can be, and it's one of those maps where sort of the freestyle gunplay, the freestyle gameplay can work in your right. Confidence is ever so much key. Huskies displaying that over on Nuke on T side. They're doing exactly the same on CT side. They've got top mid control. They're hanging out at palm tree. Maybe with a cocktail here for Retina.
He's got his teammates up towards Catwalk to back him up too. Lord of Pies has found a kill and positioning well for the second. This actually sends Retina in towards Spawn to find the kill on Zaval. Zakai is going to be the only one to find a kill off the Deagle, but he's being hunted from all sides. The FAMAS is going to go down. Northeastern, this is their map pick. Sorry, this is their map pick, and they've just got no pace. There's nothing.
No pace in the race. The race is too fast. Maybe they just won't last. I don't think they got it at this rate. The Huskies just taking a chomp out of Dust 2 and leaving them just mangled, maimed, just trying to save their lives best they can through the fire and the flames and take a headshot or two. Yes, please and thank you for the Huskies. One player dinked as well. That's going to be money, man. Not too much value. And a Kai! Oh, no, no, no.
So these early entries, they're important for the Huskies. I mean, they're going for these kills because they feel confident, right? You wouldn't see a more pushing tunnels here if he didn't feel like he was going to get that kill. Oh, that's a disgusting shot to make it a 1v5 situation. But I'll be honest, Moneyman's at our round here, and indeed he goes down. To make a Huskies a flawless 5-round start to this game, but I'll continue the point I was making. This might be the map pick of Northeastern. And sure, they might be coming into this with some sort of game plan about how they're going to default, the positions their players are going to be playing, how they want to take map control. But all of that goes out the window when you have players as confident as Huskies running at you and winning all these gunfights.
And you said it. They are feeling themselves today. I'm going to see the long flash so they can gain a bit of territory, a bit of a peak, but a bit more of a slower pacing coming in here from NEU Gold. Getting used to that assertive early round dominance here from the Huskies. Maybe let that smoke dissipate before they try to negotiate some kind of gunplay.
If that was a grenade, that would have been devastating, but this rifle instead will have to be. Lord of Pie's not going to come out on top for any of those kills. Instead, that smoke looks sunk into the ground. A little bit of a Counter-Strike moment, but listen, that's a rifle recovered for this T side. I think they recovered it. I think they were down one, but it's opening, which is not something they've been able to say for any of these rounds so far. And so, a minute left on the clock, they'll reposition over towards mid, but Child's ready waiting. He's got a teammate not too far behind him to trade as well.
Nice gunplay. The wallbang headshot coming through from Amor. Grabs one, grabs two, and the teammates are all there to follow through. Down to the 2-on-1. The potential flawless might be undone here. It's down to the 1-on-1. Bombing hands here for Ace of Losers.
And Amor's going to have no idea as to where Ace has disappeared off to. He's going to go back to B to try to expect some form of rotation. Maybe some form of push, but it'll be the smoke to cover the cross and towards the safe bomb site. The bomb should be planted, but Ace is giving Amor a little bit of time, and he's giving him a little bit of information to work with here.
Planted safe. Planted over by a single box. If you tilt, being utilized as well. HE available for Ace of Losers. The HP advantage going to be over in the hands of Amor for the Huskies.
This angle is everything.
It could be everything, and good reposition coming through from Ace of Losers. Gets him off the goose egg, gets him onto the scoreboard, and breaks the potential of a 16-0 curse coming through.
All right, let's probe a little bit, right? That's a round Northeastern should probably not have worked their way back into. MTU pushed mid. They found all of those kills. They found all the kills through the mid doors as well. That was a heroic clutch to bring Northeastern back into this game and find themselves for the 4th round. The question is, what else do you think they need to do to just keep chaining these rounds together?
I think let's play a bit more map control. We've seen a lot of forcing the issue over at long, forcing the issue at mid. And early game, we saw a little bit of a slower pacing that didn't yield frags, but yielded the potential of those frags coming through. Talking of that, the first blood coming in here for NEU, that's also what we need to see. We need to see confidence, and they're feeling a little bit more confident after that round just gone.
Retinas.
Ace of Losers picking up the frag as well. So the clutch up to start things up here.
Yeah, but the problem here is that MTU've got a player pushed over towards long, and so it's map control that Northeastern know they won't have, but it's information that MTU will be able to position themselves off. If you can see the two players floating over towards B, Andre will be Molotov'd off, but that's not going to be that big of a deal because Amor's found an early gunfight over towards B bomb site. It wasn't contact with the bomb, but his way back into the round and over towards mid. Retina finds more contact. He's spotted, I think, maybe at least one more, but the other two
another one
definitely on the cards. He's got flicks for more days. And he finds 3 off the back of the AWP. Amor able to close elsewhere, and off of the clutch of Northeastern, MTU are able to deliver for another.
Oh, looking good. First blood there for NEU, and potentially a couple of rounds to be weaved together for them to pull through and start this the comeback train. But the train going to be derailed ever so quickly by the Huskies. The bye looking pretty bleak a Deagle, a MAC-10, and a Galil, the supporting weapons, 2 AKs, the primary probes, but the util, it's not looking too good here for any U.
No, so they're gonna have to get up close and personal. They're gonna have to take dry gunfights, which is really the more dangerous part of this, because MTU seem to be on top in that regard. But
okay,
listen, he's been one to push tunnels for a lot of this game. The fact that Northeastern made that read and found that kill is huge. But Lord of Pious, he's pushed through. He's found a gap through that smoke, and Ace of Losers has come out on the worst end of it. You're right, he's pushed towards long as well. And that Molotov is going to force him aggressively into this gunfight even further. Akai, I'm not sure if he's aware of it, though.
Child has a bit of an idea. Player waiting at long. Ooh, the walk-in one Deeg. Call him Clint Eastwood with the Deeg like that. The one tap devastating. Right to the face. Oh, spray and pray attempt, trying to balance things out. It's still going to be a 3-on-1 though. Another opportunity, another moment. The strongest moment we've seen for another round to be presented here for NEU.
But Red is not giving this up. He's going aggressive and he wants his kill. He spotted one. He's trying to take that fight. So damage done, but the bomb's going to go down. And a Molotov to deny some presence. This is great utility from Northeastern. The positioning here is going to be huge. And whether or not Red is able to find this first kill could be the determining factor.
Red trying to be like a cat with 9 lives, just unbeatable, unstoppable. The spray transfer. Oh. This could be done. It's a 1 versus 3, might I add.
The bomb's not necessarily planted in position. Where Kai can cover it.
Oh. It's over.
No.
Oh. What a step up. What a turn. And the one man to do it on the occasion. The 1 versus 3. Retna represented what you need to see here for NA Star League. What a performance. It's still early season, but my goodness, we want to see that all season.
And Northeastern, they'll be wondering how they didn't come out on top at the tail end of it. I think the 1v3 situation got to their heads. They started taking gunfights that they couldn't necessarily trade off the back of, and I mean, they tried, but when you're up against a player like Red now, those opportunities just, they get taken advantage of, and so it will be the 6th round lead for the CT side and a push out towards the mid, trying to find a way back into this. It's the quick B split. The Retna's delivered here before. We saw him find the triple, and he's being backed up as the T side collapses under the hands of the AWP of Retna.
Retna's been such a formidable force. Not missing a flick as I say that. Is going to miss a little quick one there, but the skill ceiling, the level of difficulty we're seeing is so good. The wallbang coming through. Valen's down to 42.
Okay, something to work with, but time will just be the only factor left that he has to work with, because it's a 1v2, he's on low HP and he doesn't have the bomb, and Andre is not wanting to wait any longer. He swings back through, and what seemed to be an opening originally shut down by that AWP of Retna, and it's been delivering all series so far. 14-6 for the Big Green. That's absolutely ridiculous.
That is ridiculous, and it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt if you're an EU fan. They've had that potential. They've had a couple of glimpses of that potential, but hello, what's this?
It's an opening. The Northeastern will take it, but it's not a weapon they can recover, and that's something they might live to regret later as the rotations have come through, and the Huskies, they want the trade off the back of this fight. Once more.
Style approach, doing it with a spoon, doing it rugged, and another D coming through. This is it. This is the revitalization we need here from NEU. Northeastern University represent a Tech 9 Rec 9 doing the business as well.
Got the player in towards long, though. That's really going to be the determining factor with whether or not he can get this kill. But Moneyman, that's position, and more isn't going to clear, and so AWP recovered as well. And lucky Andre stuck in this 1v5. Listen, these players are on low HP. You could justify going for this. I think he's going to try to go for it regardless. But and Northeastern, damage control needs to happen here. They've recovered these rifles, and your economy is suffering. Keep this round in your possession. Don't let it slip.
Yeah, they need to stem the bleed, and they need to get a whole pack of band-aids and use all of them all at once for how much damage has been inflicted on them so far in this round. We'll bring up what we've got the time to. Maybe another couple of cheeky exits. None to be offered. And EU are going to walk away with all the weapons they can, bolster that economy just a little more. And we needed to see more entries. We need to see a bit more confidence. And now we started to see that from Northeastern. We've had more potential, more opportunities come through. And that one is one they're not going to miss out on. We are going to have the op in their hands now. We've not seen that, I don't believe, at all so far in this half, just due to financial, economic concerns.
Yeah, well, we definitely are starting. We're definitely starting to see that the glimpse of light on this T side. The problem is that we're starting to see another situation like Nuke come to light, where they're just so far down that even if they make the flawless run back into this, the Huskies still have a great chance to come back into this. And the Eagles up towards Catwalk. Moneyman's going to find the right end of that fight before Lucky Andre comes back. But trades going the way of this T side should allow them to force their way out to whatever bomb site they want. But more aggression from Childs, it seems. I don't think the CT side wants Northeastern to get away with the scot-free.
Retina been doing such a good job being that pillar of support over a mid-double D. No one shall pass. Well, very rarely will they pass that little dust line beyond the door. 45 seconds, and now EU just taking a page out of the MTU strat book over on Nuke. Just take your time, play that round out, and just play the numbers advantage.
Child's gonna hear this though. Steps over towards long. It's going to draw the rotations back through. The lurk towards lower here could actually find more impact because the push towards mid from Childs. Oh, I think they missed the timing. But Amor's got the kill over towards mid, and so the rest of the players flowing up towards Catwalk. Childs is positioning himself over towards Gandalf. This position, if uncleared, could be the bane of Northeastern. The Molotov. Oh, that's a great connection. Forced into the gunfight. Ace of Losers coming out on top.
Time to be everything here for Amor, just popping out long. While you're there, there's one. Not able to grab two. Does bring it down to the 2-on-1. It's down to Retner again.
He's delivered in this exact same situation before. He had to do it under worse circumstances. Bomb, I think, is even planted in the same spot. The Molotov's going to go deep. Not actually going to deny the bomb plant, but not ready for this position. The ramp player now stuck between the crossfire. He still managed to recover a kill somehow. An Ace of Losers. They've lost this round before, but this time he's in a position once again to stop it.
No
Bomb
way.
defuse, ready to come
No
through.
way.
I don't think he's going to see that angle.
He
I don't
can't
think he's
see
an
it.
idea.
Oh,
Ace of Losers, he
can't see
misses
that
out.
post-blood.
It's another clutch for Retina. A 1v3, previously a 1v2 here, now in round number 10. Or round number 11, sorry. It's these are rounds you cannot be losing.
I'm holding my head right now, and I'm sure the likes of any of you will be head in their hands too. What looked like a this is ours. This is our. We've got post plant. Post plant wasn't set up. The player just chilling, I believe, over at pit, over by patio. No time for drinks just yet. No time for chilling. You got a villain on the premise. He's gonna be Retina. He's just so good in those clutch situations. So good.
I didn't quite track how many kills he had at the tail end of that round, but I'm sure it's sneaking up on 20 kills probably. It's crazy how much impact he's had on the server so far, and we're only 12 rounds into this game. And Northeastern, 30 seconds have passed. They've yet to find an opening, but neither team has really gone really aggressive. It's a retake towards tunnels and towards Catwalk for Northeastern. Retina's not going to spot the player running up towards Catwalk, but there's a double stack set up here ready and waiting. Lucky Andres might be the first one to take contact.
Oh, this is such a cheeky spot. It goes on to the looks like it is going to be the bait and switch. Is right there. Retina, the man of the hour, doesn't even need to get involved for that one. It's all going to be Lucky Andre. Not so lucky getting hit by that poly, though.
That's good utility to force back a kill that they might not necessarily have been able to get otherwise. And so, an opening up towards Catwalk. The question is, will this D-side take advantage of it? An AWP shot over towards the middle might give them some information, but they commit to this mid to B split. Oh, I actually like this, but the problem is they've succumbed to this in the past. There's still 2 players on B, and that's information that they're not going to have their support close by too. Another flick being hit by Retina, and it's not going to be any more for him instead. Over towards tunnels, though, Amor's found an entry in this player in the back lines for this CT side, which might just put a nail in this T-side defense, but they'll get the bomb down. But a 3v2 retake, and the Huskies, they're getting ahead of themselves here. 2 kills going to the T-side, and Moneyman stuck in the 1v1. 8 HP left. He's been knocked down, and Amor's just needs to play this patient. No kit, though.
Down to 8 HP. The A1S maneuverability, the silenced approach, and more comes in. 3K on the retake, and well, a really, really spicy spray transfer there. Let's talk about that for a second. That's the kind of potential NEU do have, and it is a 9-2, potentially going to be, I believe it'll be 10-2 very shortly. I want to see more here from NEU. They deserve more. They've been making some good plays, but the player that you're looking at, like Retna, just 17-8 right now. Like, what do you do against a player like that? You've got to try and out-frag, you've got to try and take them head on. But Retna keeps getting those picks at mid, so a bit of a change in the narrative there, getting the trade-off of the upper. That wasn't enough.
Oh no. It's slightly missed utility though. It's actually going to prevent the exit from being as effective. Not going to really matter though. Amor though, he's playing with the top of his own smoke. He's found 2, almost setting himself up for the 3rd, but it will be bomb site stolen from the CT side. Huskies though, they still got 4 players left alive. They have some utility to work their way back with here, and honestly, I mean, Retna's far away on the rotation, but it might not matter. The first kill here for this CT side could be huge. They're going to hate themselves on the retake. From Oscar to find that early entry. Lord of Pi is able to double up, and the bomb site's empty. Northeastern,
baby.
Not a single kill to be found in the retake.
Nothing. Coming up empty. 4 players survive. AK's going to be supplied to the squad as well. That stop and power on your CT side can be devastating. Knock 'em back. Wyndham and a team definitely feeling winded.
Look at Ace of Losers real quick. He's 14-11. Do you remember there's one player on Northeastern on Nuke that was also performing? Was it Ace of Losers?
I think it might have been. I think it might have been. Thinking of the clutch rounds and a lot of impact frags coming from Ace of Losers as well. If you want to look at the 2 teams sort of in the head-to-head, Ace of Losers versus your Retna when it comes to those impact plays. But Retna hasn't really been coming up empty. Right. At all.
Oh, the flashbang could have been the thing to send Moneyman up. Instead it fully blinds him. That's utility gone, and Lord Pi is going to find the kill off the back end of it. Houses have been spammed through the wall though, and so that might just give the opening towards this T-side out towards long, but no, rotation. And Lord of Pies drops 2, Zamora finds kills elsewhere, and Retna will close out the round. 4 kills. I'm sorry, 4 players staying alive for the CT side as we head into the last round of this first half. Northeastern only have 2.
We're going to have time to talk about this afterwards, but I feel obliged to bring it up right now. You've seen a dominating Nuke, which was going to be the Huskies pick. NEU, they picked Dust 2. And with the scoreline right now, you're like, how does that compute? What's going on? Good question. I think there's, obviously, you've got to take the substitute into account. Let's see if they can bring some more frags into the count as well. Not with Retna just standing so strong. Hercules over at mid-double door.
The fact that the kill goes untraded, okay, finally, it is a massive question mark. The Opera's finally going to go down. The fragging potential of Retna eliminated from the server and control towards Catwalk potentially left in the cards, but instead a push towards Lore will draw their attention away. Zamora finds the kill and ready to disappear. This is such a bump in the road for this T side.
A bump in the road, a speed hump. They just can't get over this hump.
Oh, it's a bomb.
3-on-1, man.
Molotov out towards lower. Ace of Losers stuck in the 1v3. He's eventually going to run out of time. He's going to have to force 1v1s, and the first one will be out towards B, and unfortunately not going to quite expect Lord of Pies to be in the position he was. He had the crosshair placement, but didn't actually have the anticipation. It will be a 13-2 half for the MTU side. Talking about a dominant half on their map pick of Nuke, they've made it even more dominant here in Dust 2.
Yeah, we were expecting some high-tier play here from the Huskies, but I was expecting a little bit more here from NEU, and I'd even say they're surprised from what's being put down here from the Huskies. Continuing through with that momentum, still feels like they're riding the high of that T-side from Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely, and listen, this is a difficult game to play. When you're this far down on your own map pick after it's already been done to you in map 1, motivation is going to be at an all-time low. There's few teams on the planet that can come back from score lines like this, not only to come back but win the map, but also win the series. And it's going to take a heroic effort for Northeastern to try to do it, but MTU, they've rushed out towards the bomb site. They found the early entries. It will be possession, but the flanks coming through quickly. And Amor is going to need to take this first gun, but he does. P250 kill to connect with the headshot, and into the bomb site is Valence to try to find a way back into the round, but that leaves Moneyman alone in this 1v4. B4 situation. The USB spam delivering for one, but he's being chased,
Okay.
connecting with a second. Leaves him in a 1v2, but positioning here could be crucial in the crossfire. Difficult to break. Lord of Pi is going to come out on top. It's a 14th round for the Huskies.
Good effort from Money Man. Back literally against the B double door. Grabs 2, cannot grab any more. The full bite coming in from the Huskies. Looking to finish this right here, right now. MP5s, the run and gun, the MAC-10, the double AK, and they've got plenty of util to get it done here today.
Two
Is it over,
MP5s.
or have we got...
This is over. The 2 MP5 buys is a measure of confidence from the Huskies. At this point, they're just going to run down the CT side. I don't imagine... not as in they're going to necessarily win this round, but they're just going to go aggressive. And you can already see the utility being lined up to their speed. You've got Chow's to draw attention over towards mid. And that's just going to open the door over towards B4 players ready to lurk their way through that smoke. It's going to be Ace of Losers to take contact.
Okay.
He does find 2 off the back of it, but 2 players remaining alive. He has forced his way through the smoke once again in a 4v2. Northeastern, they've managed to lose a player. Not quite the advantage, but a step in that direction. Retina delivers to do the same, though.
Weapon advantage. Sitting sturdily with the Huskies. The bomb's down. All they've got to do is play this post plan. I say that's all. 2 SMGs in the retake. 1 smoke and no kit for NEU.
Okay. They've done it.
Ooh. Somehow they convert that. They're going to get some AKs out of that too. So the weapon upgrade does come through. But right back to what you said just a couple of rounds ago. What a tall order. What a tall glass to chug of the liquid that is going to be liquid victory, liquid courage that we're going to need to see here from Northeastern University.
Both Retina and Moore have 23 kills, and we are 17 rounds into this game. This is absolutely outrageous. And to be honest, if you're looking at the rest of the players in the Huskies, you can't blame them. They haven't been required to deliver rounds so far, and coming back into this, the Huskies, they still want to get this over with. We're seeing that reinvestment off the back of the bomb plant. They want this game over with, and Ren out towards long. He's found the first kill. Okay. AK will be able to trade. Ace of Losers to bring it back into a 2v3. Now towards mid. Rhea finds one as well. Now down to a 2v2. And Huskies, they don't have the same investment that Northeastern have anymore. That rifles that were invested just went down trying to find entries. And so they'll regroup over towards long. But Ace of Losers is in a good position here. He'll have to be caught between timings to probably lose his life. At least without finding one more kill. Oh no, that smoke, it's going to draw rotations away. That's a nice heads-up play from the Huskies' side to give themselves room to lurk up towards long. Molotov towards Catwalk is going to give away the positioning. And Lord of Pies is going to steal that kill away, and Rhea, a 1v2 situation of 48 HP, demanded of him.
A little quick boost coming in from Rhea, trying to get every little advantage to aid the comeback, to aid this 1 versus 2. We saw this done time and time again from Retna. We're not going to see a similar service delivered by Rhea. Low HP and feeling probably a bit taken down, a bit kicked to the ground by the plays received from the Huskies. Money not looking good at all. And you have to force here if you're NEU. You have no choice at this point. The whole, best of 3 lies on this.
You do, and to be honest, there's no right decision here. If you're Northeastern, the game was never supposed to get to this point. You can't be expected to win in circumstances like this, but maybe you can make the case with early entries like that. Up towards long, control will be retained, and the entry towards B from Huskies, it's not going to quite work out. As they shift towards Catwalk, though, this next entry could be important. Ooh. Lord of Pies will send Money Man to the grave, and that might just leave an open door for later in the round. The bomb will still need to be recovered, so with a minute 25 left in the clock, it is a 3v3.
Very little util in the hands of NEU. Just to follow up on what we were just talking of, a struggled Econ, a struggling team, and a struggled buy. But it doesn't matter, NEU is still somehow getting by. 2-on-2.
Rotations come through. Chowns has found the first kill. He's able to deliver for the second as well. It's 16-3. Somehow an even more dominant scoreline than the first map. Only 7 rounds lost in this entire series, and Michigan Tech University, they pull through with an absolutely dominant series here, both on Nuke and on Dust 2.
MTU just absolutely taking out NEU, taking to the cleaners, if you will. No extra life is going to be available for NEU to get that resurgence and get themselves back into this best of 3. I'm talking of extra life. If you yourself are looking to maybe help out some kids in need, well, Extra Life, your game to change the kids' health, change the future. Join Extra Life today. I myself am going to be doing Extra Life, and if you see yourself as maybe someone that wants to check it out, please do. Everything is just down below if that tickles your fancy. But to the action here at the NA Star League, what a best of 3 coming from MTU. Like, the flicks that you saw from Retna, just dominating.
It's disgusting.
Look at this.
Yeah, absolutely amazing work from Retna. I mean, you could say expected, a man of his talents. I mean, the man who's just absolutely the star player on this roster, not only here, but on the ESE Advanced roster as well. And so it's just great to see him perform to the level that we know he can be capable of, and deliver with clutches like this. A 1v3 situation, there's absolutely no way you should be losing rounds like this if you're Northeastern, and it's kind of indicative of kind of how they lost at the series.
It is, and Retna got so much value at mid before finally the exchanges, the trades were coming through, and that is one of the problems here for NEU. The trades were a little bit lacking, and I mean, not even just about trades, Retna just made everything work. This defuse too, just perfect positioning.
Yeah.
So cheeky.
It's ridiculous too, because that's actually the fault of Northeastern. Once again, if you plant the bomb just a little bit further up towards Goose, then he can't even come close to defusing the bomb there in that situation. So, I mean, yeah, absolutely great work.
Super work coming from ETU, and I do believe we have an interview coming your way as well. The man, the myth, the legend of the hour from MTU. Retna, how are you feeling after a dominant 2-0 there on your Friday?
Feeling good, coming off a win. Happy to be able to bounce back after losing to Kennesaw.
Kennesaw, obviously a mighty opponent, and a mighty opponent and NEU as well. They took out KSU, so I'm sure a lot of homework for yourself there. Tell us about, for you in that game, what was the biggest advantage in the team spirit that you had? Was it the comms? Was it the plays? What happened today? Because all of you just popped up.
I think our comms are just really good today. We're all feeling it individually. All mechanically, we were just there.
Yeah, everyone turned up. Everyone had their best shoes on, and my goodness, you had all the dance moves as well. With that being said, how does it feel to represent like MTU? Are you feeling good about things? The roster, obviously, you're synergized to the nines. It must feel good to walk away with the 2-0 as well.
Oh yeah, I'm glad to represent them. It's good to be part of this team, part of this program. Just happy to be here with all my boys.
I've got a question with regards to sort of the practices for you there. I see all the crossed arms of a proud team behind you. I love to see that. The strong breast and chest of a good team. What do you guys do to get that kind of synergy? I want to give that to everyone at home and for myself as well. What separates you from the other teams? Are you practicing, goodness knows, how many hours a week? Are you socializing together? What would you say makes your team so special?
I just think we have good chemistry. We hang out. We practice a lot. We scrim together. We watch demos together. Just a lot of, I'd say, practice and playing together. What makes it a good team.
Heck yeah, and you could definitely feel that oozing out of the kind of plays you were making. From me, that's all the questions I have. Any questions from you, Buddy, from what we saw from MT?
I was actually, I mean, so we can talk about Nuke and Toast 2 for a second, right? Obviously, Nuke was your guys' map pick. You guys lost the first 2 rounds and went and almost in unbeatable spree after that point to win out the map, but heading to Dust 2, I mean, I've been in the same shoes as you guys. I mean, you're up that first map, you know at this point you're probably just outclassing the other team. Did you guys let that get to you? Was there a little complacency going on? Were you guys just running at them? I mean, because we saw your CT side pistol on Dust 2, it was just kind of run at them. You guys won it out, but was that a call made off the back of that confidence?
I wouldn't say that was off the confidence. It's one of our known strats. It's just a 5-man everywhere we go. But we were feeling it coming off the first map, and we did kind of have that edge.
Yeah, fair enough. And the other note I would make too is just when you guys are up so many rounds, was there a point where you guys noticed like we don't really need to be too worried about this? We're just gonna kind of get away with this game, because I mean we noted on Nuke actually that. Northeastern, they weren't taking any pauses. They weren't taking time to just talk about what was going wrong. They were just going into the rounds trying to make changes on the fly. Was that something you guys realized?
We slowly, as we started to get the lead more and more, we kind of realized, like we could just keep going. We could keep pressing on the gas, and we just have to keep going full strength.
Heck
Awesome.
yeah, full strength, full steam ahead. The bulldozer comes through, and a 2-0 for you and everyone there at MTU. Before we do let you go, final question: how are you going to be prepping for your next game? Just play more VOD reviews? Just taking a nice chill weekend? What's the doctor's orders there from MTU? What's your plans?
We'll all be hitting the DMs individually, getting better, and just scrimming.
Scrim. You heard it first here from Retna. You're a beast, Retna. Thank you so much for putting on all the flashy moves today. Beautiful 1 versus 3 as well. I'm going to be watching that one back a couple of times. The A1S clutch, the takeout at long, the goose player in the side. Chef special coming through today on your Friday. Thank you so much. Okay, so you heard it from Retna, sort of the mindset of a player that's in that position, and so darned humble. That's something I'm going to say that I got there from Retna.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it has to be said after a game like that. You're going to be calm, you're going to be cool, you're going to be collected, and it has to be said too. The entire roster just seemed like they were on top today, and that's really the kind of TLDR of the whole situation. Just MTU, they came into this, they wanted to win, and they did.
100%, and that's 3-1 for MTU and 1-3 for NEU. A bit of homework for NEU, but the night is still young, the season is still young, and plenty of opportunities for anyone to get it done. We have another game coming your way very shortly. Please do not go anywhere before we get back to another best of 3 in the world of CSGO for Nace Starley. Catch you in a bit.
playing this matchup damn near to perfection.
Yeah.
There you go, that Yoshi bomb. Gonna rack off some more damage right there. Up smash not enough to get a KO, but oh my god, defeating the egg right.
Up against Nick, and then pushes on to the middle area. Pretty much guaranteed numbers to be there and low. A bold play at the end of the day. Meathead finding 2. You're running with the stingers. Steve does get the first kill, and now you've got problems for Flowery unless they're all gone.
Oh, with the vulnerability, Flowery in the classic.
Surprisingly, at that 1-0, Drury needs to put a single point on the board to tie things up. That's all they need. And they can maybe find one more in that golden time to put that final goal on the board. But it's Sunblaze. I mean,
KO, whereas you are able to get those birds out into the open with the sky.
Are we talking about aggression on the defense? Oh my god!
Set him up for the double kill now. Hassan swings wide, swings out, and swings 4. Oh my goodness, he's so fast, it's ridiculous. How can you stop this man? And he's taking the quad kill. Ace on the card.
And there go the plays of the week here for Nace Star League, the full season. Welcome yourself back. Take a seat, and you haven't really missed a beat. So much action going on. The majority of it coming actually through from MTU there. Michigan Technological University doing it all, taking it, and a very, very quick best of 3 and going through into our second one very short. As you see in there, plenty of action here for Nace. It's not just about CSGO, Rocket League on your Mondays, your Wednesdays, you've got COD and Valorant, you've got Smash Ultimate over on your Thursdays, and right here, right now, it is your CSGO Fest for the rest of the evening as well. So if FPS isn't your cup of tea, never fear, there's plenty of other esports here for the Nace Star League. And I myself, Cup of Frag, I'm stepping in, I believe, because Laz is going to be out and about, and we've got Birdie here taking the other seat. Birdie, how are you feeling after that first best of 3? It was a bit of a blur, to be honest, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely something to forget about if you're, I guess, fine with those players in the server, but that series kind of came and went. There was not really much that happened, I'll be honest. A show of confidence for sure for the MTU side, but we'll be moving on for sure, because we got one more best of 3 to talk about tonight, and it's got to be Kansas State versus Colorado School of Mines. And it has to be said, these are two teams that, I mean, Colorado School of Mines, we talked about these players in the past, Failcrab, Eyes, Grooven, Gummy, and PTR. These are players that we didn't really know much about. There's not much experience on the board, yet currently they're 2-0. That 3-0 is a little bit deceiving. One of those is against a deleted team, and same for Kansas State. Currently 1-0, but against a deleted team. Mild, Panda, and Buttermilk and R1. There's a lot of experience in that roster, but this is going to be a dangerous game because of CSM. They've lost 4 rounds in the 2 best of 3s that they've played.
4, that's it, that's nothing. That's hardly worth counting as an L, is it? Like, that's amazing. And talking to CSM, it's actually going to be your prediction for these teams as well. Talk to me. Do you feel there's like a hidden ingredient there in CSM that maybe other people haven't seen yet?
I think the hidden ingredient there is going to be complacency, because I think teams are going to come into this expecting, look, there's not that much going on with these teams, and so coming into this, they might not expect them to be doing well. But listen, you don't win games 16-2, 16-0, 16-2, 16-0 by just accidenting people. You have to do that with a level of skill. And so heading into this, listen, we're heading into Inferno, Ancient, and Nuke. These are dangerous maps to kind of underestimate teams on.
Oh yeah, they are. Like, the amount of laps that Inferno has had by all of these players put together, especially a team that already displayed experience and superiority in this form of CSM, regardless of having the data behind previous to back that is definitely scary. But let's not sleep on KSU. We've talked of this. They have experience. They've displayed it before. Are we going to see it here today?
Well, so here's the kind of reason, the main reason that I've picked Colorado School of Mines for kind of my prediction, and it's because while the Kansas State players have a lot of experience under their belt, they've got players that have played in advanced main, all those ESCA leagues, none of them play currently on the exact same roster. And so with that said, with how tight those schedules are on ESCA, I don't think this is a team that practices. I think they're going to come into this completely dry. I think this is going to be a pug stack. And that's exactly where a team like CSM can upset, where if you come into this expecting an easier team, and then you just get rolled.
Yeah, you just creep in. You creep in, and you mentioned complacency. I like that word because that really does hold weight in a term of a pug roster, perhaps going against more of a formulated roster. And let's give the sort of the underdog story to CSM. Let's look data and stats aside of obviously the lead to team factor out of way there as well. CSM kind of have a little bit of an advantage with having less data on them. KSU, obviously, they've been around the block. We've had VODs that could be reviewed from that, whereas for your CSM, maybe a little less data on the internet for them, meaning they can just slink on in there like a cat in a back alley and just take what is theirs. I'm wondering what we're going to see. Inferno is where we're going to start things, and that is going to be a KSU pick as well.
But, I mean, in the same way that CSM don't really have much information on them as a team because of how little there is to find in the competitive side of things, the same could be argued for Kansas State. Listen, like, yes, they all compete, but it's very rare that you're going to look into these players individually on the single teams that they play in. That structure probably isn't going to translate into what you see in your collegiate team, and if they don't practice, right, whatever pug style they might be coming into this with, that's not something you can read. That comes down to chemistry, that comes down to feeling, and what people are wanting to do in the middle of the situation.
Exactly, and I like that good counterpoint, mate. Yeah, as a pug stack, perhaps you're not going to have set plays, you're not going to have set VODs to watch. I just guess, I mean, in terms of if you are willing to go that extra mile as a player and you're doing those VOD reviews and digging deep into the archives of, okay, what have they been up to? You can have a clue, but you're not going to have the whole story to back up your plays, and that is definitely a question mark on both of these teams here, which is why I really do think this is going to be the best of three, the matchup to watch here for your Friday night here for the NACE Star League.
Yeah, absolutely. And it has to be said too, like, we thought that last game was going to be kind of hit or miss. We thought there was a chance that MT was going to come into that and maybe hit a couple of shots. I think coming into this, the same thing could be said for either of these teams. I don't think there's a clear underdog here, at least not when you look at the recent history. And so, definitely lots to look forward to.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. Before we get to that, please do bear with us. Taking a little time out, having some difficulty in the server. We'll be right back with plenty more CSGO for the NACE Star League. What's going on? Thanks for your patience, and welcome back to the Nash Starly. Cover Frag here, joined by the infamous Birdie Box. And Birdie, dude, we've been through our first best of 3. Blink and you miss it. Now we are down to another one. It's KSU taking on CSM, Florida School of Mines. We've said sort of being a snake in the grass, perhaps a team that others aren't going to expect to pull out all the stops. But here on Inferno, maybe they could stop Kansas. Thoughts, questions, concerns? I know that you've chose CSM. Why? Tell me why.
So first thing we need to talk about is how dominant CSM have been so far, right? So the 3-0 win-loss for them is a bit concerning, right, as we mentioned before, because one of them is against a deleted team. So they've only played 2 best-of-3s, but they've only lost 4 rounds in total out of all of those best-of-3s. In Kansas State, it's kind of the same thing for them. Their only win against a deleted team, so this is the first time we're going to see them in the server this season, and that can be quite detrimental to your performance. The rust can be a difficult thing to shake off, and heading into our first map of Inferno, this isn't a map where you want to be starting things off on if you are shaking the rust off.
Touche indeed. Yeah, like you need to be prepared. You need to kind of got those jitters out the way. And from what you're talking and spitting the details, I love to hear that is you really haven't had a chance. If you've had a team that's maybe been and gone, you've got the sort of full sense of security of, hey, we might have a dub on the board. But do we have a dub on the board? Technically speaking, yes. But players' feet, boots on the ground in the server? Perhaps not. With that aside, though, we've talked of Pug Team-esque in the sense of KSU with the experience of this roster. They do play the game regularly. You can guarantee that. They've been in the DMs, they've been clicking heads, and that's what we need to see prevail the utmost in this game of Inferno for the first of this best of 3. Just to recap, if you're just tuning in right now and joining us, it's going to be Inferno to start things out. This is going to be, I do believe, a KSU pick. Then going forward from there, we've got Ancient, and last but not least, Nuke will be the decider if we do get that far.
Yeah, and important to note too here, and the dangerous, really, the real reason I think that CSM is a dangerous roster is because we have anecdotal evidence. I was on the broadcast when CSM played Ole Miss, and that was a roster that in previous seasons contended for playoffs. They wanted to be a roster to like try to get into the prize pool situations. They wanted to go for it all, but CSM absolutely shut them down. 16-2, 16-0, ended the best of 3 before we could even say it was over. And so, heading off the back of that was a game where I saw that this isn't just some random team. This isn't just a bunch of face at level 8s coming together to play some Counter-Strike. They look solid in the server, they look coordinated, and they look dangerous.
Coordination is key. Inferno, you've got that coordination, you've got those set executes, and this is a map similarly to Nuke, differs from Dust 2 where you need strats. And that seems like an obvious statement in the CSGO. Some maps you can get away with it. But in this map pool particularly, you've got Nuke, you've got Ancient, you've got Inferno. You have to have that synergized gameplay on lock. Otherwise, you are going to have a really, really tough time. And it's going to be all aboard the struggle bus. Who's going to be on that struggle bus? Who's going to be driving that struggle bus into the lake? Good question, and only time will tell before we get into the map of Inferno here. To give you sort of the data, the stats behind the scenes when you're looking at Inferno as a map 2, this is going to be a map where it is slightly emphasis on that T-sided, and it's 50.1% versus the 49.9% on the CT side. And even if you put those stats aside, you're not a believer of the statistical data, the statistical analysis, you just believe in the players. It all comes down to that pistol round. And CSGO, I think that's a controversial statement, but I think pistol round, very, very important as a T when it comes to Inferno.
So I'll actually somewhat disagree. I don't disagree. Pistol round is extremely important. But the reason why is because Inferno's a map where there's a lot of close angles. Let's say you lose out that pistol. If you get the bomb down, let's say, which is usually pretty common on the T-side pistol, even if you lose, you can buy back up into the next round and arguably have better weapons than the CT side. And if you don't, then you can usually gamble on better utility, because Inferno is one of the maps where utility is what finds you map control, and utility is what finds you into bomb sites. And even if you just have pistols to work with, you only need a smoke grenade, a couple flashbangs to be able to find the early entries, recover rifles, and once you're in that post-plant situation, anything's really on the cards. But the more dangerous factor is, this is a default heavy map. I talked about how utility is the thing that kind of places you into those kind of gunfight scenarios, but it's a really sneaky map. If you know what you're doing in the lurk situations to be able to kind of bait rotations or keep them behind, if you know what you're doing on your entries to be able to pace your flashbangs and put your entries into the bomb site, it can be really easy to take the lead of the game and just maintain it. We saw in the last best of 3 how easily a team could just be confident and start winning chains of rounds. That's also true for Inferno. And so as we head into this game, they're in the knife round currently. We should expect to see CSM win it out and put themselves on that CT side. I do think we could see either team really roll away with this, depending on how confident they're feeling at the outside of the round.
Yes, indeed. 2-0. We're down MTU over on Nuke, and they turned that frown upside down. With regards to the T-side start, gives up the back, and the knife round is over and done with. Indeed, CSM looking to lock things in here for that CT start. And you make a fantastic point. Yeah, with your T-sides here, the run and gun ability, your MAC-10s, your SMGs, the Tech 9s, you could do so much with so little in the world of Inferno. And you said those close combat angles, yeah, for the beginning, before the green cannon, before the op, before the A4s start to come out. Early gameplay, very important here for Kansas State University. Let's get things underway for our second best of 3 here for NACE Star League on your Friday night for week 4.
And into the pistol round, we do see Grooven with the dual Berettas in hand. No utility for the CT side, surprisingly enough. They'll have to retake just that kit in hand, but they're going to be relying on the dualies to find the early entries. A jump spot towards apartments, spot some players, but if it doesn't, then the footsteps will. As Kansas State, they're rolling through the apartments for these Glocks in hand, and they're looking to pop out towards the A side.
Ivan Boiler. They're all going down lane. This is so risky. They're going to make it work, though. Absolutely going berserk. Buttermilk popping off on all cylinders, takes 2 to their name, and brings it down to a 5 versus 3 game in pistol.
This player in Boiler 2 is facepalm, grabs that first kill, and in towards Boiler. Panda finds the 2K with the Glock in hand to leave facepalm alone in this 1v4. He found that first headshot, but with the kit in hand, I mean, listen, he's just going to have to retreat with it. This isn't a round that's winnable. Inferno's notorious for situations like this, but once you're out of the bomb site and you have the man disadvantage, it can be almost impossible to work your way back in. Similarly, too, you could compare it to the B bomb site on Dust 2. If you don't have the utility to get back in, it's just kind of round over, but facepalm's being hunted. He finds himself a nice little headshot, a quick second to follow it up, but I think that might just keep him alive for the rest. Oh! Okay!
Oh, 4K! Headshots as well, okay.
I'm telling you, man, you can't count out these players. If Facepalm just pulls off 4Ks like that, one taps all around. We only just saw the pistol round. Kansas State happened to get the good side of those entries, but CSM, they can frag out, and you can look forward to it.
And I see a lot of money being put into the cash reserves there for Facepalm. Maybe
That's
looking
a gamble.
ahead to getting that up, to getting that M4 a lot sooner than Kansas State perhaps were expected, but KSU getting pistol rounds, or getting the sight, I want to say, comfortably, courtesy of Buttermilk and that 2K on entry. Glock's doing the work.
Okay.
He's through the smoke doing the work as well, coming in. From Pandy, love it.
Those are entries you'll take. One tap to the smoke is always appreciated, but that's not actually going to reveal what kind of a state that CSM have invested into. They saw contact towards top mid, and they got that kill through the car wall, but that's still not verification as to how much they invested into this. The only real indication is that smoke that was thrown towards the top of the car. But Kansas State throwing a smoke towards CT to trying to bait out whatever CSM might have lurking towards B, but it's not going to happen. Grooven's just lurking around with his deagle in hand, and Kansas State, I appreciate this patience.
Most certainly. Talk to respect, nothing but respect being issued at this level of gameplay here. Smoke, the execute goes down. Disciplined, taking their sweet time, checking every damn corner and making sure no one's hiding these cubbies.
The deal can be dangerous at this range, though. Grooven's lurked around. And Panda, I mean, this is an opening that, I mean, he might just think he's got the better of this rotation, but R1's going to run into it. The Deagle's actually not going to find any kills. Instead, the MAC-10 farms some more cash as the rest of the counter-terrorists, they put some investment into this round, and they're going to want to keep it. 3 Deagles towards the T-side apartments. Look to head into that third round as Kansas State, they'll find themselves a flawless second. And what that's going to do is that's going to feed the MAC-10s into this next round. And it's going to be some bonus for them, but luckily enough, I don't think we're going to see CSM reinvest off the back of it. I think we will just see both teams kind of gun it out. Once again, the MAC-10s will have another opportunity to farm.
Just hitting the bell. Ding ding. Round 1. Make it round 2. Over and done. Fight. Beat 'em up when it comes to that. So many cool little knickknacks and cool little Easter eggs over on Inferno. The bells and T-Spawn just reflect what's been and gone of the former T-Spawn where you used to have all the bells, not just the one over to your left side there. Fun facts.
But
History,
now we have tic-tac-toe.
History trip. Yes, now you have tic-tac-toe better. Even better. All the games. Another save here for CSM. Deagles. A lot of early damage inflicted over on Ease as well. Oh, Khalil. Wallbang. Takes another player to the cleaners too. Brings it down to the 5-on-4. Hoping to get a little bit more value will be CSM. Saving those Deagles from that last round.
Boiler has gone unchecked. We've got counter-terrorists lurking through. The apartment's mild. I'm surprised he hasn't been spotted out here. I think he might have been in that small cubby, but there's players in towards the apartment. Easy's found himself a headshot off the Deagle, but Miles ready to swing back through. The Galil delivers for 2.
Hello.
Excellent on the 3rd to open up the A bomb site and leave CSM packing. This Kansas State looks set to pick up their 3rd. It's just Grooven left with a 5-7 over towards B, and he's got a lurker ready and waiting for him. Oh, I'll take that back.
A lurker. Takes out the player, snags the rifle, and I think you saved this rifle, surely.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of exits, but is it worth it? I think the save would be more value.
So actually, no, so the reason this would be valuable is because Facepalm's got 4.5 grand to work with. If you save this Galil, I mean, you could essentially replace an M4 with it, and you could probably justify the investment of an op.
So much bang for your buck, Kit. Still gonna get cheeky-peeky grooving. Got themselves moving up towards mid, but starting to get a little bit precautious. The precautious throw to the wind, just runs it down mid, and that is going to be a recipe for disaster. Saying that though, a couple of exits, nothing to be ashamed of. No Galil save, but are going to go in with the full buy here. The op comes in. The A1Ss are there too. Bit hesitation from Groovin. Chimes in for the A1S as well. 2 players yet to frag over on the side of CSM, but never fear because the big guns are here now. We've only seen like pistols up to this point, so this is a big round here for CSM.
Facepalm looks to be wanting to go for this opening duel towards stairs, just waiting for the swing. It's not going to quite come through just yet. A flashbang. I'm sorry, Nate to throw him off the angle, but important to note too. Oh, an excellent early kill. Mild has found a kill elsewhere though, but CSM got 3 kills in that last round with just the Deagles. And so Kansas State's economy, like, listen, like, they're only probably 2 rounds away from being broken, despite the fact that they have the 3-round lead. And CSM, with this 1-to-1 trade, it's not perfect, but it might just be enough to work with, because Kansas State, they don't really have much map control to work with yet.
Sick insights, man. That's exactly what's going on with that economy. Telling the tale, telling the woes of a team. Not say struggling, but fighting fire with fire. CSM, this would be such a huge round. Such a huge round to keep that economy bleeding out.
But they don't have Molotovs. If they hit this B bomb site, they're not going to be able to force players off these angles, and that's really what's concerning me. Is Kansas State, they might just try to get ahead of themselves. They might not be able to break any expected crossfire, since with contact, which was B, are they hitting this try?
So risky. This is so risky.
But it's worked.
Pedro gets swung, lights out, KO, right to the face. Another one, big disgrace. Make that 2. The 3rd, a little bit overzealous, a little overexcited, pushing Cathedral, and the op is going to punish that. But you've got to save it if you're CSM. You've got an op. You don't want to be giving that up too early. You know it's a fragile econ for KSU, and I think you hit it on the head. What a risky push from KSU. No mollies, and still making it work.
Yeah, and honestly, I would say too, this is a retake that CSM could have gone for, but I don't think they've realized how much damage they did through that CT smoke with the A1S. I think if they would have known, because listen, you've got that nade on Facepalm, you got a smoke to isolate angles towards Banana, you got flashbangs to send you into the bomb. So I think they could have justified this if they knew the state of HP that Kansas State were in, but you mentioned it, the AWP factor is what changes things. You want that gun to be kept going, because it's a gun that, even in rounds where you don't expect to win, can just take so much more presence out of your T side. It can bait out so much more utility, and it can find you opening duels, and it can keep map control from being obtained. And that's really what CSM are going to try to gamble on, because I don't think that these are rounds that CSM have been kind of locked out of. I think they've rolled the dice wrong, so to speak. In Kansas State, I mean, they found 4 rounds as a result. CSM, though, they're not out of this game. I don't think we're seeing a repeat of the last best of 3.
No, I don't think so. Early days, though. Time will be that deciding factor. No, these players will be the deciding factor. A swing coming through from Facepalm. This is so ballsy. So ballsy. Get the pick, too!
And that's going to go unpunished, too. The op from down for Panda. He's been the one to deliver a lot of these opening kills for the T side so far. He will be missed. Ansa's going through here this alone. I mean, okay, his teammates are sitting through behind him. I was going to say, if he was going to phase that smoke alone, that could have been map control for the Kansas State side, without really much to lose off the back of it. No util or the such, but a minute left on the clock. They finally find control top banana, but Miles found a lurk towards the apartments. Those are the kills I was talking about. If you could just be a sneaky little rat, lurk towards the other side of the map, you could find aggressing counter-terrorists looking for information, and exactly in the same way, Groovens can do the same on the CT side. A flashbang sent through from his teammate finds him another trade.
Great work on the util here from CSM. Making it happen, making it work everywhere. Good op pick, breaking the ice as well from Facepalm. Not to forget the lurk over here on A from KSU. They've got to pull through, they've got to do something special here. They are going to see the player in pits.
It's just not meant to happen. Wild, and the Spurry gets taken out by Gummy, and Colorado School of Mines, they'll find themselves that first round. It's the one that's been eluding them, but that might just be the one to set off this chain reaction. We saw the opening kills from Facepalm, how influential it was. It made it so difficult to find kills. It was the lurk of Mild that was able to kind of pull Kansas State back into the round, but immediately shut down once again. Those are the kind of levels of dominance. Those are the confident retake situations you want from its CT side Inferno. I think this is kind of where the turning point of this game, at least in the early stages, could be.
It could be, and just looking at the scoreboard right now, 18-1. Server leader is going to be Facepalm. Sure, there's a 4K in that first round, but regardless of having minimal buys, couple of picks with the op, still chasing to be the MVP of this entire game of this best of 3 is going to be Facepalm. Keep an eye on that player, that's for sure. I'm interested too to see where the op is going to be put. Looks like perhaps a posturing towards middle, but it's very hard to tell where they're going to go. And that's a big question that I'm sure KSU are going to be throwing around the team comms right now. Where is Facepalm going to be playing? Because we need to avoid that and force him to go for that retake and make it as difficult as possible to be impactful with that op.
You know, I absolutely agree. And to be honest, Kansas State, they've got their work cut out for them, because this buy is going to push them to the brink of just poverty. And if they can't pull through, maybe at least with a bomb plant, it's going to be dangerous with Facepalm. He's going aggressive. This is characteristic of a star CT side opper on Inferno, but no opening. But it might just be information to allow the rest of his team to aggress into a kill.
Days. Timing's everything, and that's going to get the pop off as well. It does have to be Facepalm, inspired perhaps by Facepalm.
Punished though.
Too over aggressive though, Mild.
Oh, traded. Unfortunately though, Mr. Gummy, he knows there's another man in the back lines, and you can see the attention that's been drawn away. He's been chased by 2, maybe 3 of these players, and so with a minute left on the clock, all this player is going to do is buy time. These are gunfights that he can win. Oh no. Oh, this is so unfortunate. Mild's gonna have the better side of this, but Gummy, he just absolutely had no idea what was coming out for him. But it's just, again, more information, more bot time for the CT side to do something with. And Facepalm, he's going aggressive off the back of it. An op shot missed.
The whiff,
that's crucial.
The whiff.
Okay.
Give up sight. It is the run and gun, the running one tap coming through from Mild. Anything but Mild. Extra spicy, habanero, jalapeno, all of the peppers. This is so good so far. Mild flanked the flank twice. Potentially an ace will suffice here to serve up the skill that we're seeing from this team.
Nade.
Oh, give me the ace!
On the mid. He's going to be able to get it. Surely he does. He just needs to commit to the spray, but he can't. No. El Pedro Dos. I think we introduced him as Peter earlier on, but think we'll be going by server names because it's just, to be frank, easier to read. But that's a great round to come back from Kansas State. They lost so much off the start of the round, but they're able to claw their way back into it, and all off the back of that player in apartments. I think it was I honestly don't remember. Was it mild?
It was mild. I do believe it was mild to come through.
Those 2 kills that he's able to get on the aggressing counter-terrors just made the round work. And unfortunately, it's not going to stop CSM from reinvesting, but it will kind of put them in the same situation they were in last round.
Super aggressive. So much aggression over on the top of logs. Just causing deforestation, causing devastation over a banana. Plowing down a player and saying, hey, anything you can do, I can do better. Nice up, but mine's shinier.
In situations like this, you rely as a counter-terrorist and try to find information or way back into the round. Gummy's gone for it. He hasn't come out on top. Mild once again. Delivering impact. He's going to try to do the same. This time, oh no! Miles delivered for a second. Able to adjust his crosshair. And once again, that's actually opened up the A-bomb site for Kansas State to walk in with. Timing might just be missed though. Groovin off by smoke, but it hasn't quite connected. Buttermilk aware of the miss though. AWP not going to connect with the last shot, but R1 will instead. Kansas State up to 6.
Goodness me.
And this is their map pick, but CSM, they're so close on so many of these rounds.
They are. They really, really are. We've started to see the game, the past 2 rounds, start to get away from there a little bit. A bit more dominance coming through from individual prowess of the KSU players. But up to this point, it really has been down to the one-on-ones, the 2-on-1s, and been ever so close. Another financial woe appears on the scoreboard here for CSM Varsity. They've got to go for this save. They need to reset that econ. And what we talking of for weapons? 5.7s, couple of deagles, no util, and a frag fest here for the likes of KSU.
You know, the kill. That's not really tradable from the CT side. And stuck behind the smoke, they're not going to really find more control at the back of it. If you're Kansas State, I mean, they're not going to know, but they have an opening and towards this A site. And CSM being blocked by that smoke will start to make rotations, movements back over towards A. And listen, damage here is really what you're looking for if you're CSM. You're really gambling on this next gun round to deliver more. And here you're just looking to make sure these pistols can just maybe keep Kansas State within arm's reach, maybe within 1 round of being broken economically. But kills like that aren't really going to help. Gummy though, around. Oh, that's absolutely outrageous.
The jump peak. The jump peak with the 5.7. Go on then. Go on, my son. As they say, I think it might be worth a save for that AK though. Like, only get a little bit of value. The D gonna get some value, more than it should do, perhaps.
Honestly, hunting for this damage is completely worth it. I think Buttermilk might actually die in the back of the bomb site if they don't quite pay too much attention to that. Groovin's ready for the hunt just in case, but because you have to remember, it just, what is it, a couple months ago, the bomb radius was increased.
It got changed.
Yeah. Groovin's being chased. That's the point. Giving up that AWP is huge. I'm not sure. Okay. Panda was able to save and pit there. He had 100 HP to work with. The fact that he runs out into the position where CSM are able to take the AWP out of their hands, but also just cost his own life, is that could be detrimental. Because straight back into the hands of Facepalm, that's another chance for the CT side to deliver.
Yeah, that's a help. That's like saying, hey, you look like you're falling over. Do you want a hand? I'm going to help you up and give you a gun for your next round. So that's exactly what's going to happen here for Facepalm. Lots of money in the bank. Another purchase available. And just put this like theory card into play here. If Facepalm is able to get the entry or just survive this round, that's going to be a buy for a teammate on top of the op. So much damage inflicted by the nade stack as well. K-State just looking an absolute state this round.
And that early entry towards Banana is completely huge because what it does, that's absolutely unfortunate.
Okay.
CSM, you didn't need to re-aggress there. You had the early entries. You baited out enough utility for Kansas State to force themselves into aggression towards the B bomb side, and they have. Ans has found
What's happening?
kills in towards the round, his first 2, if I believe so, and CSM depleted from a 5v3 into the 3v2. They might just have to force a save here, and I was gonna say, like, that first kill and able to fall back is so important because that first entry usually has a bunch of utility. That first entry is being backed up by the rest of his teammates. If the first entry goes down, that's not only your entry gone, but all the utility that was used to support them in has also disappeared. Kansas State, they've once again clawed their way back from a situation that it should not have been possible.
No, it really, really shouldn't have. And I hate to use this word, but maybe a bit of a feed there. Just pushing too much. And you're right, they didn't need to. It's 5 versus 3. It was 5 versus 3 if you've got that kind of advantage. And you're already... Oh, TK coming in as well.
It might have been on purpose. They are up 8-1.
I think so. Didn't catch it on the feed, but someone wanting to get some bullets to contact a body, enemy or not, friendly or not. Looking not friendly at all, looking menacing is going to be KSU. CSM with that financial advantage, and we're talking of 7k plus in the bank here for Facepalm. The timeout coming through as well. Team talk. What are they talking about right now? Just chill out, guys. Take it easy. Play for the retakes. What do you think they're talking about there, Bud?
I think so, because you have to remember, like, in the last best of 3 we had, there was really no room for pauses. I don't think there were many adjustments that could have been made to kind of pull your way back from those man disadvantages and the kind of just outclassing that was being happening in the service. CSM, they're so close to winning out a lot of these rounds that honestly, I don't think Inferno's off the cards just yet. They can still win out the rest of this half and not necessarily come out on top heading into the second, but an 8-7 half is still better than the scoreline they're currently being faced with, and I think they know that. I think they know they're just a couple micro changes away from coming out on top, and this mid push is their way to try to get back into it.
I like it. This is nothing like we've seen before from them, but it's going to be predicted. It's going to be read like a textbook from the professor in the class. 4 versus 2, all down to the op. Can an op see it through? 1 player to be taken, fall to the ground. How many more of that infamous op sound are we going to hear from Facepalm?
He's been spotted down. The bomb's starting to fly its way up towards A. Facepalm. He's found the timing, though, a nade to fly through the smoke. Equalizes into 1v2, but Panda on low HP. Could be an opening, but I don't think Facepalm's read the fact that the bomb's already on A. It's being planted, and he's going to be a long ways away from this retake.
Being planted for Big Pit 2. Get some food for thought for that post-plant. Facepalm swapped out the op. Been using the op so much this game, but not in person for this retake. Util is it the plenty. Down just to 1 flash here for K-State.
Oh, that's not a tradable kill. Oh, and Panda was isolated. The bomb side, he spotted a shoulder, but Panda just happens to be quicker on the trigger. It's the 1v2 to almost go the way of CSM once again, and you can see they're devastated. That was all of the investment that they had going into that round. And they're suffering as a result. They wanted to make that mid push work, and honestly, they lost too many of the first kills, and the page changer. That was the kind of outcome of that pause, and with it not working out, I think CSM. I'm not sure how much they have left in the playbook. I think everything they've done has just been so close to succeeding, but if they keep losing confidence and keep failing to put one over the line, it's going to hurt them.
Yeah, they're already hurting, the man. The morale, it's got to be bruised, battered at this point. It's only map number 1 of a best of 3, right? Like, yeah, it's not your map pick. Still, spicy little frag coming through from Facepalm. I don't know if or not, but I'm going to treat this equal like up, make a body drop, but the counter mild with the closest we've seen to an ace. Oh, just popping off a 3k this round as well. Might just be an eco, but just stacking frags, stacking them up like Jenga.
I mean, even then though, right? Like, every single time he's been grabbing these multi-kills, even if it has been eco kills, it's been the kills to kind of either claw his team way back into the round or make sure that they secure it at the end of the day. You know what I mean? He hasn't been hunting just for stats. He's been finding impact when his team has been needing it. I would argue he's the only reason CSM haven't really topped the scoreline.
What a shot. What a 1D.
It's delivered again.
As well, we like those. Want to see a couple more of those in the big rounds. This one hurts the finances a little bit, but still some money available in the bank for KSU. This would be an infamous round, a memorable round, but the Deagle Echo going to be falling to the ground. Oh, a bit of a miss. Flicker Cho takes it down to the 1-on-1.
Just a headshot needed, but no. Grooven's not going to connect. Once again, another clutch goes the way of this T-side. Ansa had a slow start to this game. In recent rounds, we've seen the impact start to come through from him as well, and CSM, it's ridiculous because, look, they've got money to work with. They're just down too many rounds. So we find ourselves in the second pawn situation. Facepalm, I mean, the only player above double-digit kills, and that might be the result for them. That might be it, but it has to be said. Where CSM haven't really been succeeding in rounds of late is those opening duels. I think the op is going to help that with them. We saw Facepalm find success finding the opening duels earlier on in the game. I think they're probably gambling on the idea that they can replicate that elsewhere.
I like the thought. And at this point, your back is so far against CT spawn, you need to do something to push the opponents back, and the big green cannon is where that could start. The Neo Noir being flexed by Pandy there. Is this going to be enough? I wonder. CSM have to do something, have to do it now, or map 1, and potentially the entirety of this best of 3 is going to be...
That's a good nade.
On the fence.
Plenty of utility over towards the top of car. It will secure Kansas State the map control, but the question is how much further will they go into the bomb site? Grooven's got an off angle with AWP. Pedro's ready to swing off the back of a Panda that's locked onto him with his open hand. Grooven starting to lurk up though. A shot baited out. Oh, Grooven. Oh, this is absolutely ridiculous timings. Panda connecting with the second shot onto Pedro, but it's all because Grooven's missed a shot on the bomb side, and that's information over towards his T side. But spawning the AWP might actually send them over towards A. They might not want to walk into this, and indeed they don't. Facepalm now triggers a shot over towards A. R1 with the trade. The rotation from A over towards B will actually leave Gummy alone on the A side, but he's found that headshot. And the remaining 3 players of Kansas State, they have a decision to make. Where do they want to gamble?
40 seconds. The util unload coming through here from R1. So many great set plays and set util to grant access to side, but access denied. Access absolutely denied. The wallbang headshot. A1S just making it all happen, and that's another doubling up here for CSM.
3 ops on the board, and honestly, I think CSM in the situation they're in, I think they keep it. Every time they've had to contest with the retake situation so far, they haven't really been successful. And I think they're more than happy to contest the idea of, okay, listen, if we're not going to win the retakes, we might as well win before the retake happens. And the 3-op situation is definitely a way to do that.
How many ops is too many when you're 10-1 down? None.
None.
There's no such thing.
It's a good old secret to matchmaking. If you're not feeling it, you're losing, just buy up.
I think from matchmaking all the way from college to pro, hey, if it works, keep doing what works. And the op has been something consistent we've seen from CSM. They've got some steady frags, they've got some big impact frags, but as you mentioned, you can't let them get to that post plant. Right now, though, it doesn't look like they're going to have a good chance at that KSU. So much damage inflicted early. 3 players looking pretty lit.
Looking great, but first contact over towards A, and some utility to grab some control, but CSM's going to give it up. They'll work their way back to the bomb side. I think they know that they've diminished the economy of Kansas State. And with 3 ops in hand, then playing the bomb sites, I don't necessarily disagree.
With the bombers as well, they still just play it nice and slow. 48 seconds, just poking the prod in, trying to see if they can get anything for free. But CSM, they're not giving away anything, hardly showing a piece of skin. Holding these tight angles, a whiff coming through here from Grooven. Oh, they're not going to check the corner though.
And that's the problem with these double ops. Once you miss those early timings with the kills, you might just end up blocked out of the bomb site in a situation like this. Now you're relying on someone to the flank like Easy to find a kill, and he does. R1 drops, and what's funny enough, you got to lurk on the T side as well. Slowly flanking towards CT, and Mild connects a shot with the Deagle. It's just so difficult. Panda, look at the HP on these T side players. CSM, they have to go for this round, but they're in a retake with 3 ops.
You know what though, it'd even be doable with a pistol, but that's not what it's going to come down to right now. It's a 3-on-1. The op. Do you save this or do you not? Like, maybe? Oh, go for the stick! Brave! In treacherous times coming through from El Pedro. 11-2 though, and Kansas State continue tearing through. Regardless of the low HP, disciplined execution, somehow getting through the ranks of those 3 ops.
Mild on 16 kills. Panda on 15. You could not ask for anything else out of these players. They're delivering on their map pick. Inferno is just, it's fumbling in front of the CSM side, and to be honest, there comes a certain point where you say, this is almost unrecoverable. I think we've hit that. I think we would have seen another pause situation if CSM had something in the back of their playbook that they could lead on, but they're really just struggling. They cannot find all the impact frags to determine the rounds, and the Deagles here
These frags.
not finding any impact either.
Sandbags, sandbags,
Okay.
check your sandbags!
Baseball's pushed towards A2. This, we could see around it. Oh no. That's it. That's information now. That's all Kansas State needed.
Groovin's gonna pick up the op though. Just look at the players here. Gonna be on the opposite site though. 3 AK still alive. This could be huge. The 5-7 trying to go big. 2 players super injured in the red, but not quite dead. All down to 1. It's down to Groovin.
You know what's tragic?
Econ.
If
Go on,
he has a CZ there, he probably gets both those kills.
Easy CZ. 5-7. The 5-7 CZ argument. As we're going to look like a save here from Groovin. Econ not looking the best for a full buy unless this is to be saved. Damage inflicted. Actually onto Groovin there. Are you a C057 man? By that comment, are you a CZ chap?
So recently, CZ, I definitely think there's a time and place for the 5-7, but I think specifically in eco rounds, the CZ just has more power. It has that potential of, it's a shot for him to stay alive, but he definitely needs to off the back of that. The CZ has that potential of that first kill is almost guaranteed at close range. You just need to hold mouse 1. And the job that the CZ allows you to perform is to get that first kill, recover the rifle, and then just finish out the round with that gun. You know what I mean? The low amount of ammunition you have with the CZ is completely irrelevant if you're able to recover that gun. And that's really the kind of mentality you need to approach the weapon with. It's not a Glock. You can't just fire willy-nilly. And in that sense, I think it has more impact on the CT side. I don't think it's worth it on the T.
Yeah, T, it's pretty risky. A bit more value you can get from like a Tech 9 or
There it
your
is.
Mac 10. Aggression from facepalm. That op being recovered from Groovin. And Groovin are moving into the pole position for the first blood. The entry coming in from CSM. We need to see this round lockdown. There's no if buts or whys about it. 12-2 right now. We need to see a 12-3 if they're to have any chance opportunity to get back into this game.
And somehow the halves and every half we've seen tonight just keeps getting more and more dominant. I would be surprised if we saw that trend continuing. If Panda's found an opening towards the arch side, which might just make it possible. The op shot's going to connect off the back of it, and the A bomb site, well, they might not be aware, has been weakened. Gummy able to find the trade, but I think Kansas State might just go hunting after it.
3-on-3. No up in the server right now. Rifles only. Low util on both teams as well. This is the best chance CSM have had in this latter portion of the round. Under a minute. Tick-tock, tick-tock. 45 seconds around the clock. And KSU, they've got side control.
CSM, they've got no utility to work their way back into this. This is going to come down to the 1v1s. And it's not something they've been winning out on recently, but Ansa's low HP. First gunfight's going to come through. Groovin's going to come out on top, but he's been flanked. He's been eliminated. All down to Pedro on the flank. Placed in towards Arch, and Buttermilk's on top of his game. A 13-2 scoreline from Kansas State to send us into the second half here on Inferno on their map pick. It could not have been much worse, but somehow it just keeps happening. We saw the 11-4 scoreline in the first half of our first best of 3, and then 12-3, and now we're seeing 13-2. How is this happening?
It's been a very one-sided affair for the first halves we've seen in each game. Is that going to continue throughout this game? Is it continue as we go over to Ancient? Time will be the only decider here. And I want to say the players, pistol rounds. I talked to pistol rounds being important. This is probably the most important pistol round so far this season for CSM.
Absolutely, but the T-side of Inferno is a difficult one to find in a zone. Momentum can be difficult to find if you just start losing even a single gun round. The utility will start to be set up. Smoke in towards Arch, and Flashbangs to send the rest of these players out into the bomb site. There's just 2 people waiting, but they're crossfired in towards Pit. The CSM works way to the bomb site. It will be Mild to find the first kill, but ready to follow up as the rest of these players. Mild was up 3 for him. No! What?
Mile, please! Mile, please! What a performance so far from this player! Stepping up to the challenge, surpassing expectations, 23 in 9.
You don't come back from that. Find me a single team on the planet that... Because you absolutely know, CSM went into the second half with the conversation of, listen guys, the scoreline's bad, but let's do everything we can to come out back on top of it. There's what is it, that famous saying from, I think it was Fallen, where it's like, if we're better, then let's show it, you know what I mean? And then if you just lose like that, just get aced immediately, it can be so demotivating, but listen, there's a kill, 2 kills.
The damage, look at the damage!
Alright, the Molotovs will lock them low, and it will be the MP9 of Ansa to pull them back into the round. Kansas State put themselves up to map point. There's 13 rounds separate CSM from the equal score line. The Gev's been pulled out. Oh no.
Oh my. I think we're going to see the most crushing loss so far today. Right here, right now. It's 15-2. And the Gav's out. One player can't even afford a gun. Has a deagle. That's it.
This is absolutely crazy, but listen, he does just have the deagle, but that doesn't mean he has the rest of the utility. A smoke and 2 flashes, but that's going to be it. No Molotovs to find map control with. And the Gav out towards mid. Panda. There's no way he sprays this, right? This is dangerous. No! You can't do things like this! The Nagav is not supposed to be useful! But he makes it work, he finds 3, and hunts out the flank. It's all down to Facepalm, who's trying to claw his way back into the round. He finds 2. He's got the bomb in hand. A 1v4 might just be on the cards because the rest of the CT side is just trying to figure out what's going on. Finally, Buttermilk will be triggered to rotate back through, but I don't think Ansa's going to be waiting for that opportunity.
It has been a minute since I've seen the Gav used like that in competitive play. It might not be over, and it's not over just yet. Facepalm punishes the aggression, punishes the cocky plays coming out from K-State, and puts it to rest for one more round. No 16-2 on my watch, says Facepalm.
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, listen, the score was 15-2. If you're Kansas State, it's a round you throw away and go, man, alright, messed around. Time to close out this game. You know what I mean? I don't think they're going to make that mistake again, despite the fact that we see a Panda with a Bison.
Hey, don't knock the Bison. Might not be the best SMG, but I'm knocking it. I'm hating on it. Oh, the op's down. That's the best rifle of the round, though. The spray's coming through. The MAC-10. The AK, the Colat with the recovered op as well. It's all happening here. One-stop shop for absolute bananas plays as they roll up Banana into B site.
The question is, how quickly will they be made aware of the flank that's coming through? Miles got the deagle in hand, and R1's found the kill through the boxes. All of a sudden, anything's on the cards as Miles picks up that AK. He finds himself in front of the Molotov, a flashbang to send him in. The Gummy goes down. It's all down to Pedro, who finds the trade, a 1v1 situation, but the bomb's starting to tick away, and R1 doesn't have a kit.
He's got an up, though. He's got an up, and he's got some wit. We've seen some phenomenal gunplay so far. The HP is going to be a problem. Oh, Diffusal's going to be a problem, so we need to see at least a fake coming through here from R1. Time.
So scared, yeah. There's no way he could pull things around. Pedro just needs to sit and wait. But R1, if he can escape with this off, that could be great news for him as well. But Pedro, I don't think he's going to make it out of the bomb side. Dying to the bomb, but so does the AWP in the hands of R1, 15-4. CSM, they're able to pull through 2 consecutive rounds they weren't able to do in the last half. But there's still a long way to go. The mountain to climb is significantly higher than I think they're able to. But listen, I'm ready for CSM to prove me wrong. They did it before. They've done it against other teams. We've seen them put up the score lines that we're witnessing in front of us right now against their own opposition. So it will be up to them to try to claw their way back, and the Kansas State on the low buy. This will allow for inroads for sure.
Some time, CSM to bask in the potential of the comeback. All breath of fresh air of, okay, maybe we can get this done, but you're right, it's such an uphill battle. It's the treadmill on the highest vertical incline you can go.
It scares me that these pistols, or this crossfire is dangerous. If you send a player out towards Boiler with an AK, that player's almost surely dead. And then once that's recovered, you only need a single spray down to end this round. The CSM, honestly, this feels like a round where they just go for contact. I feel like the utility is not going to be here to back this up, and they're about to walk right into this. Pistol's finding their first kills, but it will be the rifles to find trades. USPs, though, good for 2. The rifle's recovered. Oh no, they're making it work.
No.
A 2v2 situation, an AK in the hand of Ansa. All of a sudden, the ball might just shift its way over towards B. But who knows?
Not
40
like
seconds left. Oh, that position, the timing on that reposition. There's no way they're going to expect Ansa to be here.
Why would he be there? There's no intel, there's no knowledge of that even being a potential threat. This is game. I'm calling it right now.
Bomb
There's
down.
the bomb.
Panda's not far behind.
Mr. Gummy. Need to see the top play to come through. A little flicked straight to the head, and you're dead. Taken out. Panda and taking one more round for CSM. We've gone from saying, hey, this is looking like a bit of a wash of the first half leading to the second, but K-State is looking a little wary now. That was going to be pistols only, to be completely fair, and looking like they're going for a double save bar to swag 7, but CSM, tenacious. We'll give them that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, though. That wasn't supposed to be the round win from Kansas State. The fact that we were able to pull that so close just means danger for the Spy. 2 MAC-10s on the board as Kansas State, they go for their second save in a row. A little bit of utility, or sorry, a little bit of weaponry to back it up. And I mean, listen, if the last round was kind of an indication of how fragile the T side could be,
swag,
then this could just be even worse. As the MAC-7 finds that first kill, there's a lurking towards apartments here. If he just goes further, they might not expect this.
Panda could get so much value with this deagle here.
They've missed each other. Oh no.
Strangers in the night, strangers in broad daylight. In fact, over on Inferno, the sun just beating down on Panda.
Oh! Okay. Diffused. Gummy able to pull his team back from what seemed to be certain doom. Contact another player. They might convince themselves to walk up towards A here. It seems like Ruben was trying to go for information with the MAC-10, but he's since backed off. That kill towards Banana seems to have convinced them that there's a vulnerability and they want to exploit it.
Good read as well. The prediction, KSU have a whiff, a sound of a footstep or two going over towards me. Smoke, cover cross perfectly. What damage, shooting through the smoke, shooting right in the dark and trying to get some fish in a barrel. No fish to be taken out, mind you. Oh, good to prod in. Nice contact from Mild.
I'm just holding my breath at every single one of these instances because we know how much the Deagles can perform in situations like that, but it will be 3 to stay alive. The CSM side as they try to keep this train rolling, but Kansas State, they've been saving for this moment. They've got Panda back on the AWP, and they've got the rifles to back him up.
A1S ×3. The antique A4 and 1 op with no util, just the gun and no more. These palms.
So much damage.
So much damage. Look at both the oppers, though. Both the pin lit like a Christmas tree right now.
Yeah, that smoke towards the top of car, that's supposed to be designed to make sure the opper swinging car doesn't get burned, but Panda does. Down to 8 HP, that'll force him off the angle. That might just give CSM control of Banana. He smoked off from top mid face palm. Might just call for his teammates to work for it, but Ans has gone for the swing. Traded a headshot through the side of the wall. There's still 2 more players here yet to find, though, in CSM. I'm not sure. It really depends. There's no indication that second player's lurking around. Absurd. 55 seconds left though, and let's be honest, this is we're getting the stage here. You can see CSM, they're hesitant to use their utility. They might just walk into this crosshair on the bomb site. And Wild, he's been performing this entire game. He only needs to kill these first 2 entries to make this retake completely possible. He's found information, the flashbang to go for the swing, but he ends up costing his life. It's all down to Arwen on the bomb site, but the Molotov spot him time. It spot him a kill. 30 seconds left. CSM, they don't have really another choice. They need to commit to this.
Great reposition from R1 as well. Surely they're not going to expect that. Site's going to be clear. No, they will. Takes it out as Pedro. Down to the 3-on-2. Every player is really lit on that 2 sides.
Panda going down, though. That's costly. Buttermilk, it's forced him to go for the save. Kansas State, they've lost momentum. And so, like, we're getting into stages where we're starting to see a little bit of dominance from CSM, but the scoreline is just making it so much more difficult because, I mean, let's be honest, Guppa, if we would have seen rounds like this in the first half, because we were close to rounds like this in the first half, CSM would be in the conversation to try to win this game right now, but the problem is, right, no matter how many of these rounds CSM try to put together, until they cross that double-digit marker of rounds, the pressure's still going to be on them to perform. Kansas State, they only need one look at the draw to push them over the line.
That's it. Just a push and a heave to get this game done and dusted. Something maybe KSU having to start trickle across their minds is, hey, maybe we shouldn't have bought the Negav. But the Negav got a 3K, so the value, the bang for the buck was there. No regrets.
Absolute. Was not the Negav's fault. As much as I don't want to be saying those words, that gun belongs nowhere in competitive play. As much as it would be hilarious to see. There's nothing more frustrating than getting killed by a Negav.
Straight up.
I will just put that out there.
Maybe that's part of the ammunition, part of the fire in their bellies right now to get back into this. No one negevs me, says CSM. Not without a punishment, not without some kind of comeuppance and comeback.
Exactly. It has to be said too, it was facepalm to even put us into the situation. He won a 1v4 to get us here?
Oh, yes indeed, it was a 1 versus 4. Good memory, serving you correctly. And this round was only, it was the eco. 1 rifle, 1 gladiator player with the A1Ss to be Buttermilk right now. 5-7 is eagle in support. Oh, wall bang, lovely. CSM starting to feel themselves a little bit, and this could be something just to give credit where credit's due for CSM's comeback story to begin. Even if they don't win this game, they've got warmed up. They were able to get a few laps around the track to get those feet and those hands nice and warm, and that could spell comeback when it comes to map number 2 as we move over to Ancient. Whenever that may be, CSM not letting go just yet.
They've definitely got themselves in the driver's seat, unfortunately. That the car they're driving is just a little bit too far behind. The people they're racing just a little bit too far ahead. Kansas State. Listen, look at their money. This round wasn't actually the real investment. The fact that they're able to keep this M4 on the board and Gummy dropping to the bomb there, it's not that big of a deal. This CSM are going to be able to buy regardless. And listen, they're going to be buying for the rest of this game anyway, right? But keeping that up from the board, it makes the difference, because Kansas State, they've been half buying a decent amount, and they've been heading into their gun rounds with lackluster utility a lot of the time, but not this time around. Saving that up forward is actually what's going to give the room for every single player on this roster to have everything they could possibly want.
Everything in the kitchen sink. They are loaded to the 9s hit. What do they want to do? Anything is possible. The swing through and a 360 headshot coming in from Panda. Yes, please and thank you.
Those aren't things you do in Counter-Strike. That sounds more like Call of Duty to me, and R1 goes aggressive. This is the confidence that we were seeing out of Kansas State early, and once it delivers 2 kills like this, CSM, I imagine the last few rounds they've been training together, that's all a blur, because the work needs to be done now.
That's going on to Play of the Week. I'm calling it right now. Production, take note of that. The backside 360 headshot. Is that going to determine the closeout of map number 1 for the second best of 3 on week 4? I hope so, because that deserves it.
It definitely could. So, hear me out, right? 50 seconds left on the clock, okay? CSM, like, Well, they don't know they have control of apartments, and they don't know that they have control of Arch. Them walking into the B bomb site here isn't actually the worst thing they could do. Unfortunately, Kansas State have gambled correctly, and they've got Panda on an aggressive angle in towards Car. Flashed off though. Ruben's put himself in his own angle with that Molotov. That spells danger. 30 seconds left in the clock. You can't afford to stall for much more.
You gotta go.
2 kills going the way of this T side. They'll back the bomb site. Buttermilk's gone unchecked. Flashbang is going to disguise him, and somehow he doesn't get out with a single kill. It's going to be a 1v2 situation for Mile, but if there's anyone you want to perform in a situation like this, it's him. He finds the first, and just one more bullet needed to connect to close this and put us into Ancient. Kansas State just a few moments away, but El Pedro's working his way around. The Molotov, though, a disguise. Open up the 1v1. There's no way he expects it. Mild makes it work, and it's a 16-8 scoreline to push Kansas State over the top. It was an interesting affair towards the end, but they'll make it work on their map pick.
Mild. Anything but mild. In fact, your name should be Wild, putting on quite a stellar performance there. And not to forget, a backside 360 op headshot to seal the deal. What a game. And KSU, very dominant start. If I recall correctly, it was 12-3 at the half. CSU coming in with, CSM I should say. 13-2, forgive me. Yeah, so even more of a deficit, turning things around, making it into an actual competitive game there in that second half. CSM, I think they're going to be feeling good after that. Sure, you didn't take the W. It wasn't your map. Let bygones be bygones. Put it behind you and take that game face into the second map. We did see this impressive 4K, it might just be exits, but Facepalm exercising some great aim, great headshots, and I'm hoping to see that top kind of performance and gameplay in the second half. Mild, what a game from you.
And that's the problem too, Facepalm, and he was really the only player on the side of CSM to just try to push them over the line. This is disgusting. This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, talking about play of the week, this is, funnily enough, this is also something that could push them over the line. Like, the fact that they don't win this round is tragic, and it has to be said, Kansas State probably threw that one away to a certain degree, but that's ridiculous. It's banter, and the fact that they get away with it is amazing.
Brap goes, the LMG goes to the Gav, and we're going to be taking a tactical timeout, if you will, having a short break before we come back with the second map of this best of 3 for your second of tonight. It's going to be Ancient. It is going to be a CSM pick. Where to? We'll find out in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you just after the break. Good to see you. Welcome back. Take a seat and put up those feet. It's Nace Star League, our second of 2 sets of best of 3 today for week 4 in the regular season. Before we go any further, let's summarize what we just saw in Inferno. It looked like the most dominant half, and in fact, I digress. It was the most dominant half we've seen so far today. It was 13-2 at the half for KSU. A little bit of a comeback train coming in from CSM. Let's talk about that. Are you expecting to see that momentum that we saw at the end of the map 1 from CSM to continue into Ancient? Spill the beans. What was the research you've done to see from CSM's performance on Ancient?
So here's where the unknown comes in, right? Because if you're Ole Miss and you were playing that game, 1 week, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, you picked Ancient. You went into that game thinking, Ancient's what we, at least from what they told us, they planned it to be one of their map picks, and then just got completely blown out of the water. All right. Just 16-2, absolutely nothing to be said. CSM just had completely control of the entire game.
So, CSM, maybe a wildcard pick with Ancient here, and Ancient being let in to the map pool, wasn't banned out by the likes of KSU. Is that going to be a mistake? We'll find out when we get into the game very, very shortly. Ancient, for those that maybe haven't played it so much, still one of those maps that can be elusive and something you might not see in ranked all the time. But if you are more of a committed player beyond the matchmaking, you play your Facets, you play your ECAs, you will know that Ancient is such a high-level tactical strategic map. And if this is preparation that CSM are doing coming into this, I'm excited to see what kind of set plays they're going to have. It could be a game changer. It could be a complete series changer.
Absolutely. And another thing that is just an absolute changer is our sponsor, Extra Life. You have to thank our sponsors, Kappa, because they bring us absolutely great things. And Extra Life, providing us the opportunity to play games, to change the health of kids, and to change the future as well. Make sure you check out the information down below, extralife.org. If you want information, please participate. Absolutely great sponsor to help us out, because it's what makes Nace Star League what it is. But I 100% agree though on all fronts. And Ancient is just unfortunately one of those maps where if you do not play the map, you are not going to get into it. If you are a team that has never played Ancient, and you're going up against a team that only plays Ancient, or at least mains Ancient, you are not going to find success. You're going to find your utility lackluster, you're going to find your mid-round calls out of place, you're going to find your positioning just to be weird, you're going to get caught off by lurks all the time, and a position that's a really good place to point to is over towards the kind of the catwalk of the B bomb site. Just that cheetah area of the map is so dangerous because you toss a smoke there on the CT side at the start of the round, you kind of keep this T side behind, and you just spam. If you know exactly where to connect those shots, you can deal so much damage without even ever seeing anybody.
So, if you're a noob to Ancient, here's your run through. Just a quick little run through. It's a Aztec-esque map. If you want to go back to really classic, this is Counter-Strike global offensive style play. It's a map that it has so much renaissance of that style. It has its really open angle. It has those tight nooks and crannies as we go through the likes of where we are right now. It's a difficult map. I think this is probably one of the most difficult maps in circulation right now. Not just because it's a newer map, but simply based off of your set executes have to be so precise, and you've really got to check every corner, or you're going to get clapped. You're going to get absolutely clapped.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, you mentioned a good point, is your executes have to be on point, and because that introduces the concept of utility on this map. Utility isn't necessarily straightforward here. The skyboxes are very closed off. You can't necessarily just throw a smoke over the top of the map and expect it to land where you want to. There's invisible walls everywhere. They're going to bounce your nades in places you wouldn't expect, and so that's where the preparation comes in. If you don't know what nades to throw coming into this, you might not necessarily find success. And funny thing to notice too, I mean, we keep talking about, like if you don't pay too much attention to the scene, Ancient's been around for, I mean, what, like a year, almost 2 years at this point?
It has been around for a year, coming up to a year plus. It has. So it's been around
crazy.
For a while. It's not so new anymore, is it?
I mean, it just goes to show you how in Counter-Strike, everything is old until something replaces it.
And obviously, Tuscan, an old map, but the resurgence coming back into circulation, the potential. I'd love to see that. Hopefully one of many of those classic revamp maps to surface. But I like this map because it has a call-out called Donut in it. If you didn't know, there is a call-out Donut. And talking of donuts, Dunkin' Donuts, another one of our sponsors. Please, if you are a fan, NAC Star League runs on Dunkin'. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you. Have your donuts while you're making the call-outs, while you're playing the game. Fancy that. Fancy that. Catacombs, Donut. There's some really strange callouts on this map. Very strange.
Yeah, we got your cheetahs, your caves, your donuts. Yeah, it's your houses. It's great. We all have good times, but I mean, getting kind of back on track though, right? If there's a couple things, I mean, after the CSM that need to look for after what we just saw in their first map, it's we need to see a similar performance from Facepalm. He looked like he was hitting some pretty good shots, and what we saw from Ole Miss was actually Grooven popping off as well. So those are the two players we're really looking to, where if they can kind of put up what they did before against Ole Miss, maybe we can see some sort of comeback and maybe a push towards our third.
Could this be the last game of the NA Star League for week number 4 of this second best of 3? Time will tell. Nuke is on the menu for the last calls, unless the players aren't hungry for more. Yeah, knife round over and done with.
For those not aware, this knife round is to... normally it helps to decide where you're going to start on what side, but these teams have an agreement going into it which side they'll start on based on the vetoes, and so because it's CSM's MAC pick, Kansas State have the option of choosing what side they want to win, and thus they get to win the knife round. And they've, I believe, decided to place themselves on the CT side, which is generally the favored side. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Mainly because mid control can be extremely dangerous. Actually, I would say it's not necessarily a CT side. I would say it really depends how comfortable you are on the map. At a professional level, it's a lot more set in stone, but in the collegiate level, comfort is really what determines what side it is. And the CT side can be really comfortable to play on because it's so easy to go aggressive. Within the last couple of months when they removed those boxes over towards mid, that opened up the opportunity for counter-terrorists to just smoke mid and then go fight catwalk with their teammates. And that really changed the dynamic of how the map worked. But heading into this pistol round now, CSM, they've got plenty of their players. They've got 5 players ready to try to find their way back into map 2, and they're sending it up towards the B bomb side. And Gummy's found the first kill, but Anza trying to keep alive here because the rotates need to be bought. They need time. Instead, the tradesman found through, and Spawn goes down. It's a 3v2 situation. It's just Mild and R1 to try to find their way back in.
Mr. Gummy, 2 frags to aim already. Caution the gloves. Danger to the other team. Just so aggressive and so quick on their push through sight. Not just taking sight, pushing right through to the other side. Down to a 2-on-2 though.
This angle though.
1.
It's so difficult. Caught between 2 of them. Grooven's gonna be able to find that kill. And CSM, they end up finding that first pistol round. Did they win the first pistol? They didn't, right? In Inferno?
No, I do not believe they did. So
they didn't win the second one either. I remember that one.
So 3 frags to Groovin, popping off, starting to show some face. 2 frags to likes of Mr. Gummy, giving Facepalm a little bit of a break for that first round. Facepalm going ham with a 4K. Do not forget. Rest in peace from what we saw in Inferno. Put that behind you though. CSM, full steam ahead. Full buy, 2 AKs, the Galil, the 2 Mac 10s, and util galore.
Oh.
You forcing into that nade. Doing some damage. Nice damage to start.
Yeah, the problem is that the damage is not going to be enough to stop this onslaught towards the A site. You've got the rifles pouring in, and Mild, not even good for a single kill. You've got a rotation to come through R1, but he's been burned out by a Molotov, and that grants CSM the A bomb site. To put the plan down as however they want. Off angle though from
all the nades
is punished by Panda, and all of a sudden that 8 finds a kill onto the bomb plant. It's a 3v3 situation. Kansas State, they've somehow brought it back in.
The bomb's not down either. Bad news bears. The bomb's not able to get put down. That nade is going to stop the planter. The 1D coming through. It's all falling apart. It's all crumbling here on Ancient. Oh my goodness. That's a 3-on-1. The AKs, the Galil, the Mac 10, it doesn't matter. Deagles. Man, MP9s, madness in 2s. KSU taking the second round away from CSM's map pick. That is not good.
Yeah, the problem there was 100% that just... once that utility fades in the bomb site, you have nothing left to work with. That's why the A bomb site is extremely dangerous.
I'm going to give credit, and I'm going to go back to a point. I'm going to disagree with you. That nade, that early damage, sure, it might not have been 50 plus. There was a couple of 40s, a couple of 30s, but that kind of early chip damage can be devastating, especially for those later rounds. Oh my goodness, a double volley kill.
It's absolutely insane. The fact that we see the momentum shift this quickly into Kansas State's favor is crazy, but it's good enough. And Tech9s, I mean, listen, they invested everything into this. They'll have to at least find some more damage. Some sort of a consolation prize to soften the blow of Kansas State on the CT side, because if they could get away with the same sort of half as they did on Inferno, this could be the end of this best of 3 for them. But Ansa swinging back through has found that first kill and look to secure the second as well. It will be 4 to stay alive for Kansas State as they pull through with the second in the row. All off the back of that first pistol for CSM. That is worst case scenario for them.
That is, as they say in Canada, worst case Ontario. That really is, that's not looking good at all, man. I feel for CSM. I really, really feel for CSM. K-State came through with a really sort of unorthodox false through. The nade, able to get that round 2 rounds ago, and that one, just the confidence flex, saying, hey, we've been working out and we want to talk about it. We want to show you we know a little bit more about Ancient than you thought. Clocks only. Back 250 times 2 for CSM.
That's a nice kill, though. Way to work their way back into it. Violence find a kill elsewhere towards the A-bomb site. Grooven able to equalize, though, but a plant would be necessary, and it needs to come quick, but there's a flank coming through. R1 is a must-win gunfight for Eyes, and he does lose out. A 2v3 situation, and they need to get this kill on the flank. R1 keeps delivering for more, and Grooven with a Galil in hand is stuck in a 1v3 situation in the middle of the bomb site, but Panda, having locked him in, seals the deal with the last remaining shot from that AWP. CSM, I feel the same vibe from Inferno. It feels like they're losing out. I mean, we're in early stages, Cuppa, for sure. But I'm getting the same vibe as Inferno. It doesn't really seem like CSM are playing their game.
No, please, no, not like this. CSM, let's get in the chat. Let's get the CSMW, CSM Copium. Let's feed the chat and feed the energy over to CSM. Surely not. They deserve to have some credit where credit's due. They fought back into that first game, sure. KSU, few reckless buys, but CSM, we know they've got some skill in this roster, and we want to see that right here, right now. In control, very important, through the smoke. What is this?
It's an absolute disaster. That house smoke is one you need to hit, and it's one that Kansas State have blocked. That's usually one that's
another kill!
For the CT side, and Panda's finally punished for it. A 3v3 situation, and Grooven's actually worked his way through the back lines. A kill elsewhere towards the B-bomb site. All of a sudden, gives CSM the massive, not only player advantage, but positional advantage. Mild. He's going to have to find his way back to the back lines here, but Facepalm's got an off angle, and surely he's going to get caught off. Indeed he does. And it leaves Buttermilk alone, and it was essentially an unwinnable situation, but the bomb is shifting over towards B, and all of a sudden, the unwinnable just became possible.
Very much so. That choke could be a problem, though. That choke could put a chokehold on the round. The spin, the run and gun, treat it like an SMG, tear-eating it like an MP5. That's criminal.
I'm getting flashbacks to the last game. How do Kansas State keep clawing their way back into this?
I can't. I actually can't. I played a player earlier that's name was I can't, and I can't right now. Absolutely bonkers. Bananas.
Wait, but this is being read. Grooven's grabbed the bomb. He's starting to fall back through spawn, but Buttermilk's ahead of the situation. The question is... okay, the problem here, Buttermilk isn't going to know what bomb site the bomb is planted in until after it's gone down. And so this is a gamble that isn't going to quite work out for him. And Grooven's going to have the situational advantage here of being able to position himself wherever he wants. And Buttermilk is going to have no clue where he's at.
Those rotations do take a minute here on Ancient as well. Saying that, it's not even about the timing, it's about the positioning. The smoke. Position's given away. AK on AK, and Grooven is going to take that round, not giving another one away today. Uno, dos, tres. Grooven feeling good.
And Panda's still performing. 8-2 right now. Doing everything he can to keep his team in the lead, but you can see Grooven. I mean, this man against Ole Miss went 25-6 in 18 rounds. And you can see this. He is so comfortable in Ancient.
Yeah, just vibing, man. Chilling.
You could say Grooven.
You could say Grooven. Grooven to move into the beat. Move your feet. Can't stop, won't stop. Frags galore.
Excellent
Pray and
entrance.
pray. Oh, this is what we need to see from CSM. Exactly what I was talking about, right? Like, we know they have that frag potential. You said it yourself. They chose Ancient for a reason. Spraying through the blinds, closed eyes is going to be the likes of KSU. And what was looking like it might be a little reverse sweep from KSU, starting to slip away from CSM, looking in charge right now.
And what's important there is that they keep the majority of their players alive. That'll start to give them some buffer to room within subsequent rounds as Grooven puts himself up to double-digit kills. And with that save in the last round from Kansas State, it didn't quite work out. Well, I think they actually invested some deagles and armor into it. So the fact they didn't have guns, regardless, didn't work out. And now they're stuck into an awkward situation where they might actually have to double save to be able to buy back with what I assume is going to be AWPs. But if they buy into the next, I think they'll be lacking that.
Facepalm. This is Inferno confidence from Facepalm. If you saw the first map, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, kill on the flank. Panda's gone down. The most impactful player for this Kansas State side, but as the pistols start to rotate in, first kill going to go the way of Mild for the CT side, but trades going through. Grooven's farming for some more. Hansa's got the Zeus in hand, yet to fire a shot this round. He's just been waiting for Lurk to come through, and unfortunately the bomb's going to explode, and I assume without the Zeus getting a kill.
You know what I miss about the Zeus, Birdie?
What do you miss?
The celebration, man. When
oh yeah,
like, all the little like party stuff came out of the Zeus. I remember that way back. It was really cool. No party, but you know, a party in the sense of getting a frag. Can the AK contribute to the next portion of the party? No, it can't. But one frag, not too shabby. Embarrassing to get Zeused as well. Maybe a little bit frustrated. The taser being whipped out. Don't see that too often anymore.
You don't, but you appreciate every moment you can get out of it.
Hell yeah.
And I guess as I was expecting too, the economic state of Kansas State there, it wasn't really in a position where if they lost, they could really buy into this with an AWP. I think they could have gone for it. I wasn't paying too much attention to how much they had individually, but whoever bought the op wasn't going to be able to invest much utility into the back of it. And Kansas State is really lacking that right now. Ancient's a map where you need to be able to respond with utility off the spawn because you kind of take gunfights off the back of it. We've seen that happen towards mid plenty of times. And Panda, I'm not sure if he's aware of Gummy's jumping over the top of that smoke, but there's definitely a couple of players just waiting to make a play once it fades.
I think they were debating whether to do the run boost. The footsteps were heard, the Molotov's thrown, but I want to say the round's thrown just because they didn't make a move of that initial run boost. Good idea. The concept was there, the theory craft was there, but the counter strats were there as well.
Panda's pushed mid, and he's definitely heard the footsteps of Pedro running towards B, and so the rotations, I expect it to slowly start to shift, but Kansas State, they're going to be ready for this, because the execute's coming through, and Buttermilk, he's in a position to multi-frag.
Counter flash. Oh, this is perfect. Double flash coming through the molly, the barrage of nades as well. Not able to get that frag, though. Will be Buttermilk. Hard positioning, the timing just not quite working out. The flank hold is perfect. It's a 3 versus 2, making it 2 versus 2.
Spam, though, it's not going to connect. That's actually what would have potentially put Kansas State in the round because the kill on the bomb could have meant everything, but R1 able to respond, and
the ammo!
Anza stuck out of bullets actually might just cost him because El Pedro's looking for kills, but Anza, after the reload, somehow pulls through in the 1v1. Kansas State equalized the scoreline, but I mean, can we just talk about how close that was? Colorado, a school of mines. I mean, the fact that Eyes is able to transition to that kill on the flank, as an example, is absolutely ridiculous. That's awareness that you don't see from a lot of people.
It really is. It really is. The ammo conservation, so close to the fumble, but the recovery, the trades, good stuff from KSU. What a chaotic response too. There was so much going on in sight, so much happening over on B. The util, the counter util, the movement to try and get out of the Molotovs coming down. Like napalm. A really sketchy fight for KSU. Look at that purchase.
Well, once again, that house smoke is missed, and we've seen another player from Kansas State lurk the way over the top of it. R1's gone in for a double, and Panda's looking for aggression over towards A as well. He's confirmed a second as well. It's all down to Pedro. We're 20 seconds into this round, and he is to contest with clawing just some damage control back into this. He commits to a first, and maybe Inroads are trying to recover this bomb, but is he going to expect Miles to be as close as he is? No, the MP9 solidifies the round as Kansas State retake control of the lead. Looking a lot more confident with those early entries.
A sketchy bite. He's actually going to transform into like a frog to a prince in front of our eyes there. Look at this. AKs, an op. A bit of money in the bank as well. The save coming in from CSM. A tactical timeout too. So right now, we need to see some collective, some better strats coming in from CSM. You talked of them having a good showing on Ancient in previous maps and kind of a dominant performance. What do you want to see more out of CSM to get back into this game and to really get a few more rounds in the scoreboard?
It's difficult to say, but I think I want to see them start taking mid control. I mean, we saw a couple rounds where they took mid control and were able to find the early entries, but whenever that house smoke has been missing, they've been punished by it every single time, and it's happening because it's being blocked. A Molotov or either a player standing in the road to prevent it from landing where it needs to. But this is where preparation in a map like Ancient comes in handy, because there are smokes that will land in the right spot. Of course, they might necessarily land off of spawn, but there are smokes that land in the doorway consistently every single time, and I think that's what CSM needs to start taking mid-control, because that's really what's punishing them. They're being forced into the bomb site in Kansas State. They're just situations they feel comfortable in.
You're very right, fellas. That's exactly what we need to see. A bit more disciplined execution. They're going to make themselves going all the way through mid to the spray, the triple. In fact, the double might digress comes in from the CTs from Kansas State, brings the 3-on-2. No business getting this far here from CSM. All they had was pistols, one flash and a smoke. No joke, they've got sight control just like.
Yeah, but Mild has shut him down. And while it was a close round, honestly, you have to respect the attempt. They found 2 kills, put the bomb down in a situation where they only had pistols, but in the end, Kansas State will come out on top. They'll place themselves just a little bit further in the lead than they already were. And honestly, we're going to start to see Kansas State build a little bit more economy for themselves, and a CSM, if they want to retain control of this half, or at least regain it, this is probably a pivotal round that I'm looking at, because both teams have guns, and Kansas State, I mean, listen, they're going to be able to buy into this next round if they really want to, but they're incredibly borderline, let's put it that way.
They are. Money start to put into the savings account for KSU. CSM, on the other hand, a little bit of money in the bank. That last bonus aiding them slightly. Getting a bit frightening though. You see, some more rounds on this CT side is going to be ever so difficult. And it's their map pick. It's a must-win map pick at that.
Must win to keep themselves into the series, but it's out towards the A-bomb side at CSM. They've gone for the aggression. Gumby's found a kill. Wild with a quick response, but he's been forced off the angle. R1 has been able to keep control of the bomb side. These smokes just keep favoring the CT side. It's excellent utility usage here to keep possession. As Groover and Gumby are left in this 2v3 situation, everyone on the server is currently trying to contest for this single angle. Okay.
Groovin.
I think he at least spotted 1, but I think he might have been shot at by 2, and so information, Groovin's running away, and they'll surely have heard that, but I'm not sure what the purpose of that was, because that's just forced Kansas State into an aggressive gunfight, and Gummy's lost his life as a result.
Groovin and the gang from CSM have done such a good job so far on this CT dominant map. 56% just above in the sense of the win ratio per round. KSU stepping into the pole position, and some really just good counter strats coming in. He's going to get them the win yet again once more. You brought up a very good point. The util use, the smokes and the incendiaries to prevent that default plant, to prevent the progression onto site. It's doing so much damage for CSM. You go right back to one main smoke, that house smoke. When it fails, they've lost rounds. You're right, we need to see that come to fruition if they're going to do anything with mid. And mid, imperative for this map. Try and divide things up. 4 pistols and AK, all that we're going to see here for this round today for CSM. The AK spray, the flash as well.
nicely diffused situation. An awkward one at that, as Gummy gets taken out through the center of that smoke. And I mean, and here's the thing too with the A bomb site, because of how open it is. I mean, we ran into the situation with CSM earlier. Once that utility faded on the bomb site, when they didn't have the entries and the bomb down to capitalize off of, the CTs have every opportunity to win the round. And that's something that wasn't necessarily true for, I guess, just a couple versions of Ancient ago, because with that second doorway in Temple having been removed, you can't get aggressive as a terrorist and kind of hold dual angles. You can't hold CT and Donut simultaneously. You need to pick your fights, and honestly, you can get trapped if you go aggressive in that sense. And so, it's difficult for sure, but that's R1 pulling his knife out in a situation where, I mean, maybe not expecting it to kill, but Eyes is also doubled up, and I mean, entries for CSM. Kansas State, they're re-aggressing over towards B. Ansa's been able to find that response, a 4v3 situation, but that'll push CSM over towards his A side. It's just Mild, lying in wait towards Donut. He spotted a kill. Failed to secure it, but Pedro needs to stay alive. He doesn't! A 2K for Mild, as the bombs will start to lurk out towards the lobby, and on 13 HP, Mild is still going to be relied on to deliver for another kill.
2 on 2. We shouldn't be here. Surely this would have been CSM's boot. Back into this game. Now, it's all neck and neck. Bomb is going to get put down though. Plant for Donut.
Flank. Ansa's taking shots, down to 17. No information. Footsteps reveal the last 2 players' positions, and Groova just needs to live.
Lit.
And they might just seal the deal. Oh, down to 12 now. The Molotov, it just keeps denying pathing into the site. But a smoke towards Donut to isolate this gunfight. Groovin, his goal is to live. Try to buy time for this defuse. Or rather, try to close the time for this defuse. And Groovin doesn't need his teammate. He's got the AK in hand. He's able to make it work. He makes it sing as he finds 3 in the round to bring CSM up to their 5th. They're starting to claw back some control here. In Kansas State, they still have money to buy back in with here, but honestly, I could see them winning out this round and potentially shutting down a Byron to the next. We could see them finding 7.
No cap groove in this game. Absolutely no cap. Going berserk. Frag leader in the entirety of the server. Only player with double figures on their team and is not giving up. Mighty efforts. Try and keep them in this best of 8. The Colorado School of Mines.
How? They keep doing it. Okay, I think CSI, they've got the read. All of a sudden, they're finding these opening duels, and they're knowing where to find them. Pedro's not going to be able to find the one, though. Panda is just once again delivering, but unfortunately, this 3v4 situation it's a tall order, and Panda's gamble towards the wrong bomb site. CSM, they look poised to head towards B.
Player just holding back sight. Just holding off from behind connector as well. Take it easy, not trying to get too greedy as I say that. Goes for the fat swing. Does get some info off that swing though.
Scary. Buttermilk staying alive though, and with a minute left on the clock, CSM, they reconsider trying to find gunfights towards spawn. Mild will win it out, but I think they know that's the 8 player, and so that opens up the bomb site, and looking to go for the plant early on. Gummy is trying to cover this off. A smoke to obscure sightlines. This 1v1 towards spawn is crucial. Mild will lose out on it. All of a sudden, a 3-2 situation. Kansas State need to consider the save, because Facepalm, he's got another kill.
Such an agile team. So good on the fly. Great rotations here. Knock at one door. It doesn't work. Just kick down the next, and that's exactly what they did off in the rotation. CSM right back into this game. And you've got to say, off the back of that tactical timeout, some strats, some talking, listen, we chose this map for a reason. They looked back and said, hey, Birdie's completely right. Birdie said it of, we know what to do on this map, and they're really pulling out all the stops here, the counter strats, the rotations, the discipline. You're seeing exactly why Ancient was their map pick for map number 2. Last round and a half. I said this is CT-sided, 56% plus. CSM trying to defy the odds here, trying to see if they can balance this half out a bit more. Again, reminder, this is a must-win map for CSM if they want to get through to map number 3 on Nuke.
And honestly, they'll be satisfied with the 7 round half, despite the fact that they won the pistol. Yeah, I mean, it should be okay, but 7 would place them right where they want to be for this next half. Because heading to their CT side, I mean, if they're as comfortable as we think they are, it should show.
Great point, it would. They're getting the hard side out the way first. Trying to flush out that difficulty, flush out that frustration nice and early, and get themselves in that comfortable position on CT side. The stack side, if you will. Low buy for KSU too. Great opportunity for them to slip into the DMs and get in nice and pretty.
The fact that there's a minute left on the clock and neither team's found an opening kill, it's scary because CSM, they might start to try to take map control by just walking into it, and especially if they start leaning towards cave here. They want to into the crosshairs of an MP9, and it's found an early kill. It could go untraded too, as Ansa able to fall back, but now there's a crossfire. Nagami it somehow finds the kill into the wrong player. Ansa's cost the life of his teammate.
That's a bizarre exchange.
If that nade just would have landed slightly right, imagine.
Oof. Good check of the corner though. Heard the little contact of the HE. The bar's going to go down. 3-on-2. Make it a 3-on-1. Could be all but done. A deagle in a dream here for Panda.
It's going to be to close out the half to 13-9. He's been one to find shots in these situations, and he finds 1-1v3, but I'm not sure he's going to expect either of these players to be where they're currently positioned. Grooven's in a close angle towards cave, but Panda reconsiders. He's got the kit in hand. He's going to start working towards ramp, but this is wasting time. He's lost track of both of these players. There's just a nade left to work with. It's going to be wasteful. Grooven's going to find the last kill, and somehow CSM, they claw their way back to 7. And you can see it in the scoreboard right there. It's such a back-and-forth affair this entire half.
It has. It's been a tug of war. It's been an absolute brutal tug of war. I've only done one tug of war in my years, and I'm not going to lie, we kind of cheated because we had more people on our team than the other. But for this one, hey, I don't make the rules. I said, is this okay? And they said, sure. I'm like, okay. And we won the medal. But right now, this is a fair tug of war. So fair. I think even more fair than it should be on this map. CT-sided reminder for those that don't know the stats behind the scenes for Ancient. And CSM doing a mighty fine job on that T-side to start. Now, the easier side. What can they do?
As a state, they'll start grouping up towards A. We saw a similar situation coming out other rounds, but Panda's found the 2 opening kills. The dualies in the hands of Grooven yet to actually find impact, but there's 2 players coming on the flank for CSM. And they'll have to be the ones to defuse the situation because the single player in spawn face bomb can't be relied on to do the whole thing alone. Eyes finds the kill through the back lines, and I mean, listen, the bomb is planted for Donut, and the smoke starts to fade, though. It'll be open gunfights. Grooven hits that first shot. It's all done to Miles, and that second smoke will surely seal the... Oh!
No.
I thought that was Grooven. Okay, regardless, still absolutely insane. There's 3 players alive on the CSM side. They find themselves 8 rounds. And the second pistol, they've won both on Ancient.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer of CSM right now. And you've got to be honest, KSU have to step up now. You can't let them get away with it. They know that, and that's exactly why they're forcing in. You've got to stop that momentum, or this is going straight to nuke.
I mean, this is standard. Off the back of the bomb plant, you almost always invest back into it because usually you can gamble, you have better weaponry to work with. The scout in the hands of Grooven, he's 19-9. I haven't even been paying attention to him. We've been talking too much about Kansas State, but listen, with CM on the up again, it's somebody to be paying attention to, and I think heading over towards A here from Kansas State, it's a worthwhile play. The problem is you've got players that are just ready to shut you down. The utility isn't there for Kansas State to retain control of this bomb site. If they can't find aggressive positioning and the early entry, I think it's going to be a hard task.
Very difficult, mates. And okay, that EK.
Step 1.
The batter and ram, the biggest gun in the server right now, along with that A1S. Does some work. Goes berserk. Another frag coming through for Panda.
That's step 2, and it's going to seal the deal for the round. I mean, El Pedro, getting that kill might just convince CSM to try to go back into this, but unfortunately, there's too many players in the back lines. Buttermilk's got a MAC-10. That's not the gun to be fighting with at that range, and it might actually just have cost him his own life, but it might just convince CSM to go for the save and spawn. Eyes finds a kill. Oh, no. Is this worth going for?
I don't know. This is so
I mean,
risky.
it has to be now.
You're all out. You're 2 feet deep. The Dooley's going in.
They've
Getting
done
the
it.
win, and the Dooley's step up as well. I don't think there's time. Is there?
I'm not sure. The bomb's too far to
Is
take.
there time?
No! A single 10th costs Kansas State, or sorry, costs CSM the round and wins it out in the favor of Kansas State. Imagine if just that dually shot had connected just a single 10th earlier. An unfortunate situation, but CSM, they seemed so stuck. I couldn't tell whether or not they wanted to go for the round or not. For so long, it seemed like it wasn't worth it, but they just kept finding Kill's eyes, clawing the way back into the round. And while it was incredibly close, there just wasn't enough left to work with, and so Kansas State will place themselves back in the lead, and it's not going to be the first time. CSM lose out on the back of the second round.
What is this push? CSM running straight through the belly of the beast. A couple of USB shots.
You take those, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. You take those. Double figures achieved by KSU.
But now this is the danger zone, because if you're CSM, you see Kansas State in the lead, and well, okay, look, listen, you're on the CT side of Ancient. There's 5 rounds left before serious point for Kansas State. Let's talk about what can happen in that time, right? CSM could invest into this round. It would be subpar, no AWP, and you're gambling on either subpar utility or subpar weaponry, right? And so, okay, we're likely going to see a save here from CSM, because I don't think they're going to break the economy of Kansas State even if they do win this round. So maybe a partial buy, similar to the last round, but maybe with some PT50s, maybe someone buys armor, something along those lines. And what you're doing is you're gambling and conceding Kansas State their 11th round. You're now 3 rounds down, right? If you invest into that following round with full weaponry, that's your first real shot at getting back into the game. But if you lose that, you're down 12-8. You're back on the eco again with a good chance at giving Kansas State 13-8. At that point, saving is almost impossible. And so CSM have 2 gun rounds here to make the difference, is really the point I'm getting at.
It's a little short technical pause here, just trying to figure out a couple of things behind the scenes and make sure everything is kosher with the utility use, with the way that these rounds have panned out. So do bear with us, and we'll give some more insights and more details when we have those for you. But yeah, you're completely right. This is on the brink of a very dangerous path, a dangerous course of action if CSM let the game get away from them, simply put.
Absolutely. And the question is too, right? If you're grooving in the server right now, I mean, last time you were on this map, you had Facepalm alongside you performing to the same degree. And they don't have that right now. CSM, they're missing fragging power to kind of push them over the line. Kansas State, not so much. They've got Panda, they've got Ansa and R1 pulling their weight. And honestly, the rest of the players aren't really that far behind. CSM, no. I think if they want to work their way back into this, they need more than just the right game plan. I think they need some players to just start delivering.
Yeah, they do. You step up to the challenge, step up to the plate, and just hit it out the park. You've got to aim outside of the stadium at this point. And I say that in the sense of you've got to make sure any of those pocket plays of, I don't know if I should whip this out this early in the season. We need to see it now, or you're going to start to let things get out of control and completely out of control. While we do it for a minute, let's give a thanks to our sponsors. Thank you so much, Extra Life. Thank you so much, Mavics, and thank you so much, Duncan, for all the support here for the NACE Star League. CSGO is what we've got going on tonight, but there's Call of Duty, there's Smash Ultimate, there's Valorant, there's so many other variety buckets of esports that have good prize pools and have plenty of opportunities for college gamers to get their foot in the door and lead to so much more. And talking of Extra Life, we've dabbled with this a couple of times today. It's something that it's going to be starting going into our next month, and here's our mugs as once more. My hair is doing some bizarre things today. But yeah, for Extra Life, money for charity, money for kids in need. For myself, I'm going to be giving it to the BC Children's Hospital, something I'm dedicated to helping out. But for you, help out some kids for their future, and check out Extra Life. All the links are within the Twitter banners, etc. as well. I do believe we're getting things back underway now, though.
That took us a little bit of a moment. Had to resolve some issues, but CSM. I mean, at the tail end of that conversation we had, CSM will opt not to invest. A decision I'm going to respect. I think it's the right one to make. This isn't a gun round I think that would have been worth going for. I don't think they would have necessarily won it, and if they did, I don't think they would have necessarily come out better for it. And so, Kansas State, they're going to get what's more or less a free round. It's already only down to facepalm against 5 and being spotted. He's being hunted, and he's been taken down by Mild. Kansas State up to 11, and so far up to what I was predicting. But this is going to be the investment from CSN. Remember, if they lose this, it's not only a 12th round for Kansas State, but they'll be forced back onto the save with a good shot for Kansas State to pick up 13.
Groovin, still going ham, man. Going ham, 22 and 11, 2.0 KDR. Best KDR in the server currently. Can't let it go to waste. CSM know that. They know they've chose this map. They know they've got more knowledge on this map. Now's the time to show it.
The whiff? That's absolutely unacceptable. You cannot lose situations like that. It gives an open door to R1 to get 2 kills. I mean, listen, I don't blame him for running straight into the A bomb site there. Gummy's going to punish, but that's a free kill advantage for Kansas State, and they can just bide their time. They know CSM's money isn't going to be ideal here. They know, and not necessarily the money. They don't have much utility left to work with. They've heard it used everywhere else, and they know they've probably only got one person hanging over towards that A site, and so we'll see the Kansas State side start to make inroads over there. But in the meantime, Panda's worked up towards B, and he's found it empty, and so this is an interesting situation.
Mr. Gummy, lots of pressure here. Has an inkling. Has a sneaking suspicion. They're making their way over to A, and yes, they will be. They didn't choose to go through Donut. They took the long road, the long way. And the long way is going to pay off today. It's going to work for them. 4 versus 2. Op not in their hands. Op just hanging out by Donut. And Mr. Gummy needs to be impactful here for them to get back into this round in this 3-on-2. Oh, there's one.
The trade quick though. CSM 2 1v1's forced out here, but the swing is going to be difficult to try to find a 2v1 situation there at Kansas State. Bringing themselves up to 12. This is nightmare. This is nightmare fuel. That's it. You're now forced back onto the save. CSM, you've got the loss bonus now to try to push you back up, but you're gonna have to stick to pistols here. Kansas State, they're going to be likely to push this up to 13, and what this also going to do is just going to keep building on this T side economy and this train the Kansas State are on. It's not going to stop anytime soon. Not only do CSM need to pull together rounds, they need to pull together dominant rounds. We need to see chains of them. We need to see, arguably, what we saw in the tail end of Inferno. We need to see it a lot earlier.
We do. Time is of the essence, isn't it? I've got to bring it up. That push with the op over at mid, just out of house, was a little bit reckless from CSM. I get the idea. I get the intent of trying to play a different angle, but the timing is everything. The timing just wasn't there. Right now, the timing not looking so good either. State just tearing away with this game. Mild, nothing but top tier spice. 3 peppers out of 3 peppers if you go to the restaurant and see. That's a 3 pepper headshot as well. Not going to be enough to take the round, mind you. 13-8. Another round in the bag. Contributing towards looking like a 2-0 here for KSU. Now's the bye round. The last chance saloon I want to say for CSM to get themselves back in a good position.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because let's discuss worst case. If you somehow lose this round 2 if you're CSM, handing Kansas State 14 rounds, it's an awful situation because you now force yourself to buy if you just want to avoid overtime at all. But a Molotov from CSM is going to find a kill at the start of the round. It's a kill they've been missing.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't matter how you get that first blood, how you get that entry, just get it done. And that's exactly what they're going to do with the util use. A bit of flame abuse, take someone out, a bit too much heat under their feet. Leaves KSU thinking. Think. What can we do? How can we get ourselves back into this round? Util looking a little bit bleak as well. The timing could be sick here from Pedro.
The ability to disappear here, it's beneficial because Kansas State, they don't know whether they're going to find contact from house or not, and now they don't have control over towards catwalk. It's difficult, but they've gone for the gamble. they've gone to shift over towards house, and bomb spotted in mid, and so maybe more attention to be drawn from CSM, but the next kill could determine the outcome of this round because Buttermilk's gone aggressive. The bomb's starting to rotate back through towards spawn, and honestly, this is the wrong gamble. There's 3 players positioned here over towards A.
4 on 3. It's going to spell victory here for the CTs or the Ts. The 4 on 2. Bomb isn't down yet. That's a sick shot, though. That's a wicked headshot.
It's a good opening. But does he expect the second? He does.
Straight body to hit the floor, and off it drops. 2 on 2.
Positioning here, too. This is huge. Facepalm. It's not the good weapon for the job, and Mild connecting with another headshot. This is
nasty.
That's a good word for it. And groove into the back lines. And oh, how have you missed that? It could be costly. He secures the deal, but a smoke forces him.
Look at the HP and Mild.
I know. He needs to connect one more bullet as he jumps through. Mild pipes to the headshot. The hero of round number 22 to push Kansas State up to round 14. And CSM, that was it. That was everything. We stopped worrying about map number 3 because they're worrying about just trying to survive. There's 6 rounds separating these 2 teams. CSM, they fully invested into everything in Kansas State. They're looking comfortable.
We better have Mild in the post-match interview if that's the way this is to go through, because I've got so many questions and I want some answers. Crazy plays, so much patience, not just patience, just so much grit, confidence in these nutty situations. Talking of confidence, R1 maybe a little bit too overconfident there. The spray coming through, CSM trying to do their best to trade, and they've done so well. It's a 4 on 2.
Patience quick, the response has been faster. Buttermilk's pushed to respawn though. He's found a response, but the bomb has been recovered by the CT side, and so efforts will have to be made to try and recover it. But there's 2 players close, Groover and Facepalm. They've both recovered AKs. And if Booster comes through, the barrel's gonna be spotted. Panda's gonna find the kill, lining himself up at the second, but Facepalm just finds himself quicker on the spray. And so recovery. But Kansas State, they've won so many rounds in a row. Their economy is booming, and they haven't been punished for it.
No, they haven't been punished, mate. Punishment they have received just hasn't been enough. Partial punishment, but not the full punishment. No one's been locked in prison. Just gone to the overnight slammer, and they've moseyed on out the next day and feeling, you know what? Let's give it another go.
Absolutely. At least presence towards the east side of the map from Kansas State. It'll trigger some sort of a push towards middle. The CSM will find there's no one hanging around towards B, but Panda's ready to lurk around the smoke, and the timing of the Facepalm here could be everything. He finds it, early kill, and he's ready to disappear. That's an early kill that CSM, they're going to regret giving up, because that forces them to try to find information. It forces a mid-round play to try to keep or regain some sort of an advantage because they're out positionally. They didn't have the utility to fight with in the first place. Kansas State, they could pick a bomb site, and they're going to A.
That's brutal, man. That's salt in the wounds of what was looking. I don't think to come back here. The spray, what a sick spray with the FAMAS. No, the AK taking 2. Back to the 2 on 2. We've had so many rounds like this, Birdie. It's so close.
50 seconds left. I mean, listen, Kansas State don't need to commit to this take. But this is, that's ambitious. Ans has been sent in towards Donut, but the flashbang's actually going to find Pedro full blind, but the kill's going to go his way. And so R1, the man who tossed the utility, now has 36 seconds to ponder the decisions he needs to make, but information, commit to the kill, 30 seconds left. He has time, but I like this. He's given himself the opportunity to double back towards B. Or sorry, double back towards the A site. Pedro, you know, in the meantime, is pushed in towards house. 16 seconds now, but the bomb should be planted in a place that's, well, defended on all angles that he could have been caught off from. But now this gunfight, the timing there was barely missed through spawn. R1 has a great chance here to open up this 1v1. Pedro has no idea where he is.
Flash a piece as well. One piece of util.
That might have been it.
No
I think he spotted him. He definitely knows where he is. Pedro's looking for the hunt.
The timing!
And he's got it. 10-second defuse to come through. That'll actually put CSM to double digits, but I would say they're still a little bit further away, and the bomb plant's going to keep Kansas State rolling for a little while longer.
Not they needed it, fella. Look at the money. Like they've got so much bankroll. They've got like a game's worth right now.
The reason I say it keeps them rolling isn't necessarily this round. Mild, if anyone that can't buy Mild will be able to buy a weapon 4, but you can see how much it brings their money down. This is the real thing I was concerned about, because they would have had weapons regardless, but it's the utility on this T side that's been really effective for Kansas State at forcing 1v1s, and that would have been lacking without that.
It would have. I like your mention on that. It does allow not just the weapons, it allows the full util as well.
okay.
What a flick! What a flick from Facepalm! That's up to just how like Inferno.
This looks more like the CSM that I knew against Ole Miss, but they need to string together 6 more rounds if they want to avoid overtime. Ansa accidentally clicking his mouse, firing a couple shots over towards A that'll find some information for CSM, but he's gone aggressive. Information. He's tagged a couple bullets too. But both players getting away scot-free, falling back towards their respective positions, and instead it'll be the bomb to start to shift over towards B. A minute left. And honestly, this could go either way.
Sam.
Oh, they missed each other.
Well, they did. So close into the shadows of Ancient, into the shadows of the trees.
He clears this.
Oh!
That's it. It's an opening towards B, and you only need to win this one onto Facepalm. Oh, the timings are crazy.
Oh, there's 3 players here. The util's going to buy him some time, buy him some positioning. Bomb's going to go down, is it?
He should make it work. Gummy's going to try to commit to the spam.
The wall bang!
There's no bomb down. Okay.
Time.
A trade, though. Oh, that's it. That's going to force the swing around the side. A flashbang to send him in. Ansa's not going to find himself coming out on top of the end of that one, but R1's found information. There's no one swinging from the left. He wants to go right, but not going to be able to connect to the flick. Gummy keeping CSM alive once again. But once again, that bomb plant. Listen, Kansas State, they've lost like the last few in a row. What is it, 2? This is their 3rd. The bomb plant is going to secure them another gun round. If they want it.
Plant after plant, they're doing the bare minimum, right? Get a couple of picks, get the bomb down, grant yourself permission. Permission granted, checkmark, checkmate to get yourself in and have a chance to negotiate what's going to happen. And right at this moment, a Mac 10, not bad, considering how many rounds they've lost on the trot on the go. But right at this moment, if you look at future money, not looking good here for KSU. Not looking good at all. They had such a good lead at a point here too.
Yeah, Kansas State running themselves out through mid. They want this early duel, and honestly, I can respect them for it, but oh no, does he know? If Pedro doesn't know there's a man behind enemy lines, this could be costly, but a flashbang will be the position. McGruben's got the kill. That's wasted utility, and that's actually a player down for Kansas State. They'll now have to force another 1v1 elsewhere. It's up to Pedro. Panda's got the kill.
Beautiful stuff from Panda. Had an idea. I think someone got the call out. Someone called out a position. Panda grabs 2, grabs sight, and you know what? Buy 1, get 1 free.
That was an interesting grenade.
He was coming down like an airstrike.
Friendly fire, though. I appreciate this boost. Unfortunately, there's just no one that's vulnerable to it. You've got this post-plant situation from Kansas State. It's honestly just so powerful. Oh, that's awkward. Gruben finding this first kill might convince him to go for this retake, but okay. Honestly, no. Now it's justified. You've done enough damage. Panda's on the flank, though. There's no way they're gonna expect it. And that double is huge.
Perfect.
The amount of impact Panda just had in this round is absolutely it cannot be understated. Finding the 2 early entries there and then finding the 2 kills at the end of the round when it just seemed to be unfolding. It's huge. That's now map serious point for Kansas State. And Colorado School of Mines, they've got nothing left to work with.
Brought it back to the 4-on-4. Coming in hot, Panda gets the second entry to get site control. And then the double kill for the flank. Does it all. Cherry on top. Scorecard from the judges is a 10 out of 10.
Exactly.
And 15-11 then. What's going to happen? Is there anything left in the tank for CSM? Anything?
I mean, you got eyes with the MP9. Lots of bullets in the magazine, not necessarily the tank. This gunfight towards Cave. Mild's gonna win it out. All of a sudden, see a 7-3-3 situation. Panda's forced the gunfight into CT. This is disaster scenario. The Max 7 from Facepalm here. Listen, it's a good gun tapping towards Cave in a retake situation. It is subpar to say the least, and 3 players left to find. He's gonna need this early duel. Mild finds the kill on the flank. It's all down to Facepalm, and he can't make it work. Panda, the absolute hero for Kansas State, pulls through to make it a 16-11 victory. Another 2-0 on the night to bring Kansas State another win, their first best-of-3 series win here in the Star League fall season of 2022. What a great series, though.
What great turn from both teams. You look at map 1, it could have been a way worse score.
Yeah.
CSM coming in and making a competitive game. But for game number 2, that could have gone either way. That really and truly could have gone either way. A great first half coming in from CSM. The CT side looking a little bit more difficult for them. But just great util rounds coming in from K-State. I want to say that. Just so many good plays and great trades all across. Kudos to both teams. That was a really enjoyable game to watch, to cast, and just to appreciate of Ancient.
It just has to be said, too, like, that first round that CSM lost towards mid, when they just got punished by the house smoke, that's really what turned the tides. I don't think they knew how to counter that mid control after the fact, and they're really struggling to find pace for a lot of that half. I think if they had a couple more rounds left to work with, they probably could have recovered somewhat, but same thing to Inferno. There was just too many rounds to make up for.
And you've got to give the deferring, I can't use my words, I'm so flabbergasted by how much I enjoyed Ancient, probably one of the best and most fun casts of. It's just individual plays. Panda, sensational. The 4K we're just looking at here, followed up by a 3K, 4K and 3K for the last 2 rounds. Pivotal, that 4K round as well, and it was looking like they were going right into the jaws of defeat of CSM. The great donut play, the call out of the player going through into house, but the comeback looking really strong in the terms of rounds there, and well, a good effort from CSM, but Ancient not going to be enough to trip up KSU taking it into.
Yeah, part of me wants to say too that CSM, they didn't show the same sort of pace or fragging potential that they did against, I mean, specifically in regards to Ancient in their old Miss game. Grooven seemed to be picking it up. A very decent margin, but Facepalm just wasn't the same player we saw in Inferno.
Inferno is a map that I think players have had a lot more laps on, and as you mentioned, Ancient starting to grow some tenure, grow some age within the circuit of CSGO. But if you compare Inferno to CS, or Inferno to Ancient in the world of CS, you're like, how much have you played over these maps? I think it's quite apparent that Inferno, probably one of those more pug-esque maps, and you said for KSU and for the likes of CSM, with lacking info on both of them, more laps on Inferno means more ability to pop off and get things done. Talking of popping off and getting things done, we are going to have a player in the hot seat for the post-match interview. I'm excited to see who's going to be stepping up here to get the grill in and see what happens over on Ancient and on Inferno. Well,
howdy.
Hey, Answer. What's going on, sir? How you doing?
Not bad. How are you guys?
Doing great, man. How are you feeling after that swift 2-0? Feeling good?
Yeah, I mean, we've that's our first Ancient that we've ever played, and so you're just kind of pulling stuff from old teams and just making it up. But I guess it worked, so might play it more, I guess.
Maybe is if you put Ancient on your sort of tier of maps, would you say that's a map that, as a team, you're not too familiar with? So that was a bit of a wildcard game for you.
Well, I mean, because Mild and I played on teams where we've played it a lot. It's my favorite, but a couple of us don't like it very much.
Oh.
But so we used stuff from that old team and just kind of put it together. And we threw all the nades, and everyone else just kind of shot people. So it worked out. But I want to play it more, but we'll see.
So
he's there. We'll throw the util and you click the heads. That's a good combo. So go on, buddy.
So I had a quick question too. So you mentioned that you've played on prior teams in the past, but from what I looked into prior to the game, there wasn't a single player on your team today that is currently playing in the same team in other leagues. Is that true?
Yeah, because we played in the past. I played on like open teams for fun with Buttermilk, and then played on other teams with Mild. But other than that, we all kind of just do our own thing and then come back in. So we don't really have the Davenport in advanced stuff and
right.
and going. We're not playing together outside of this, so maybe in the future, I guess.
And so with that said, how much practice are you guys getting? Are you guys a roster that's just kind of going to the same university, pulling together and playing as a result? How much structure is there to what you guys have going on?
I mean, right now it's just kind of fitting in time whenever we can, but then in the future, because we all just lost, everyone that was on a team just lost in ESEA playoffs, and so we should have more time, unfortunately, but we should have more time in the future. But right now it's just kind of once a week-ish, which isn't great, but it works, I guess.
Fair enough.
Aside from a team that no longer is within the league, you've got your first official dub. Congratulations getting that for the regular season. But how does it feel to play for KSU? Are you feeling good with the roster you have? It seemed like you guys were having fun out there. I mean, you've got to say, from what we saw, like in the league, but still just vibing. Did I get that right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a fun environment. Everyone is here to have fun for sure, and obviously win first and then have fun. But I mean, it's a good group of people, and we just built a little facility in the basement of our union, and so we've got a pretty good setup here, and so it's been more fun than in the past, even because we can all be together in the room. But yeah, so it's been fun so far.
Heck yeah, man. You could see that. You could see how much fun you're having. And just with the kind of plays you're making, the communication is there, the confidence was there, and other teams, beware of KSU. It's something I'll be giving the heedance of warning to. One last thing before, last question for myself today. What do you see as being like the deciding factor that's going to push you guys through to the next stage? Is it simply that sort of previous synergy you're talking of, you and Mild, Buttermilk, having some experience from those previous teams? Or have you got some set strategies you're looking to practice and execute for future games? What makes KSU the team to watch out for?
I think once we have time to build protocols and have stuff in place where we don't have to spell everything out ABC, and we all just kind of know what's going to happen when something happens or something goes wrong, I think that's going to be when we can kind of hit our flow state and not have to kind of make up stuff as we go as much, and that should make it a lot easier to maintain a rhythm and get into a game more.
I love that. I love the transparency, of the honesty, and I love the frags, man. It was an absolute pleasure watching you today. Birdie, before we let this fine gentleman go, any last questions, any last words?
No, I mean, honestly, like, I think you guys are in a pretty good spot, honestly. I mean, you guys have a couple games to make up for. I think you're a little bit behind in terms of like how many matches you guys have played. But I think with what you guys showed tonight, I mean, CSM, I mean, I just want to point out, like, they had only lost 4 rounds in 2 best-of-3 series up until this point. And so, I mean, it has to be mentioned, like, you guys able to break that streak. However, you know, unimportant or important that might have been, it is impressive to say the least. I think teams should be watching out.
I hope so.
Oh yeah, we hope so for you as well. Thank you so much, stopping by for the post-match interview, and have a great rest of your weekend and celebrate. You deserve it, yeah?
Sweet. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
Cheers, man. Wow. It might have been 2-2-0s, but those games, they had some really cool moments there, like Mild popping off so many plays. Didn't even get a chance to mention that to answer. Obviously, speaking of that synergy of the teamwork, and I love to hear of a team that have just come together. They've got that new setup in the basement of KSU as well. It's looking good for KSU.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, do you want to hear the most fun fact of tonight?
Tell me.
So none of the
ready.
teams we saw play in the server today have seen a third map this season. None of them.
And it continues.
And it continues.
That's a big fact. That's a very, very big fact indeed. And as you see, we were talking CSGO all night, but don't forget about the other games out there. Rocket League, it's going to be on your Mondays. COD and Valorant, it's going on for your Wednesdays. Thursdays, it's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, got to keep it classic. And Fridays, it's always going to be, it's your CSGO here. Week number 4 is what we're in right now. Tune in for week number 5. Plenty more CSGO and surprises to come in front of your eyes going into the future. I just want to say, it has been a pleasure casting for NACE Star League. It's been a while since I have, and Birdie, considering it was our first cast together, it's been a blast, man.
Absolutely great time, and honestly, the NACE Star League continues to provide always excellent matches, excellent teams, excellent interviews, and plenty more to come. Just take an extra moment to thank our sponsor, Extra Life, providing an excellent service to change kids' health, change the future as well. Make sure you check them out below extralife.org to find out more information, and yeah, it's been great. Make sure you guys tune in. If not to all the other games, next week back on Friday for some more.
Definitely so. Duncan, thank you so much as well. Please make sure you click on your banner below to find out the nearest Dunkin' near you. Mavix, appreciate you as well. From me, from Birday, it has been an absolute slice. Have a great rest of your weekend. And that is us signing out from the Nace Star League for your week 4. We'll see you next week. Peace.